feel that their workplace is changing before their eyes.
The tragedy is, this is not a movie. And the clock is ticking to the furious rhythm
It is a global challenge. We need to act. We feel the urgency.
The longer we fail to act, the worse it gets, and the higher the price when we are eventually forced by catastrophe to act.
This is the last chance.
Эти кадры не оставляют равнодушными никого.
Сейчас
наше время на исходе, и дорога каждая секунда. У нас нет запасной планеты. Земля — наш единственный дом, и ее стены очень скоро могут рухнуть, если мы продолжим бездействовать. В чем причины истинных изменений климата? Посмотрим из фрагмента передачи с участием уважаемого Игоря Михайловича Данилова «Климатические угрозы. Варианты выживания».
Вот эти климатические изменения, которые мы видим сейчас, это следствие цикличности, которая происходит каждые 12 тысяч лет. Но раз в 12 тысяч лет мы переживаем и вот эти изменения катастрофические в более легкой форме. А раз в 24 тысячи лет мы переживаем довольно серьезные глобальные катастрофические изменения. Сейчас, к сожалению, цикл 24 тысяч лет.
Об этом должен узнать каждый человек на планете. Поэтому участники проекта «Созидательное общество» информируют о настоящих причинах изменения климата, делают это самоотверженно, все свободное время посвящают этому, чтобы люди узнали истинные причины изменения климата. Это люди — настоящие герои. Им не безразлична судьба всего человечества. Каждый день неустанно мониторятся стихийные бедствия, выходят прямые эфиры, берутся интервью у ученых, ищутся очевидцы климатических бедствий, обращаются и ищутся беженцы. Делается огромное количество работы. Вы, участники климатических проектов, настоящие герои. Вы действуете уже сейчас для того, чтобы у всех у нас было завтра. На сегодняшней встрече участники проектов по климату из разных стран мира расскажут о том, что вдохновляет и мотивирует их действовать на благо всего человечества. Проект «Экстренные новости» — это международный проект, который создается волонтерами со всего мира. Это еженедельные выпуски, которые включают информацию о масштабных и аномальных стихийных бедствиях, о том, что переживают люди, оказавшиеся в эпицентре климатических катастроф, и самое главное, о том, какой единственный выход из климатического кризиса у нас есть. Созидательное общество. Давайте узнаем, почему экстренные новости стали неотъемлемой частью жизни каждого участника.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Валентина. Экстренные новости — это независимые СМИ нового формата, которые информируют о реальных причинах глобального изменения климата и создаются самими людьми в свободное от работы время. Анализируя события, которые происходят, которые освещаются в каждом выпуске, мы отслеживаем статистику, фиксируем нарастание частоты, усиление мощности, а также синхронизацию природных катаклизмов. Репортерами экстренных новостей являются волонтеры со всего мира. Они рассказывают правдивую информацию о последствиях происходящих бедствий и делятся своими пониманиями о том, что происходит в их регионах. Еженедельно выпуски экстренных новостей транслируются на более чем 12 языках. Также уникальным является то, что в каждом выпуске участвуют очевидцы стихийных бедствий, которые говорят о том, не только о том, что произошло в их регионе, но также о том, как люди действуют во время и после катаклизма. И что самое главное, это своевременное информирование и объединение всех людей на планете. Мы ищем репортеров из тех регионов, где произошли катаклизмы. И каждый раз мы ищем новых людей. Хочу поделиться с вами вдохновляющими примерами взаимодействия с очевидцами. Например, Серж Макола из Демократической Республики Конго, который стал очевидцем извержения вулкана в своей стране. Он с семьей потерял свой дом, но, понимая важность информирования, он нашел возможность рассказать о том, что же произошло. И после нашего общения он настолько вдохновился идеей созидательного общества, что уже участвует в качестве репортера экстренных новостей. Или же наш дорогой друг Алекс Лондос из США. Он стал нашим специальным корреспондентом. По собственной инициативе он снимает репортажи, футажи и присылает нам. А также Лукас из Аргентины тоже очень серьезно подходит к формированию репортажей. Он самостоятельно изучает множество местных источников об аномалиях в собственном регионе, пишет текст самостоятельно и записывает видео. Подробнее о том, как мы связываемся с очевидцами, расскажет далее команда по поиску очевидцев. Спасибо. Передаю дальше слово. Ура!
Hola, soy Cristina de Colombia.
Hello,
Mi experiencia
my name is
como
Cristina
reportera
from
investigadora
Colombia.
fue después de ser voluntaria
After I
activa en el movimiento.
I would like to
Me
share
interesó
my
ayudar en esta tarea
experience
porque realmente veo la necesidad de transmitir
that
información
I
real
got after
y mostrarle al
becoming
mundo
an
lo
active
que pasa en algunos
reporter and
lugares sobre
participant
los
of the
catástrofes
movement. I was
climáticas.
interested in helping in
Igualmente,
such a
para
way
mí
because I
ha sido muy
truly
significativo
see the need
entender
to
que
convey
el
the real
tiempo es valioso
information and to show the world
y que debemos
what is
actuar
happening
sin ningún
in
miedo
some
u
regions
obstáculo.
because of the climate
Gracias al
disasters.
proyecto
And
Sociedad
it is also
Creativa,
very important to
he podido
understand that time
entender
is very
que el
precious
querer
and that we
ayudar
need
a
to
todas
act
las
without
personas
fear and
con
obstacles.
la
And thanks to the
accesibilidad
Creative
de la
Society
información
project, I
puede
understood
hacer una gran
that
diferencia.
this desire
Y
to
está en
help
nosotros dar
people
el
and
primer
to
paso,
make this
hablarles a nuestra
information
familia,
available
amigos
really
y a la
is a
gente
big
cercana
difference. And it's
que
up
nos
to
rodea.
us to
La situación de nuestro
make the
planeta.
step to
Por
tell
mi
our
parte,
family, friends,
también
and
he
people all
podido
around the
utilizar
world
mis
about
redes
the climate
sociales
situation on our
para buscar
planet.
personas que
And as for me,
testifiquen
I have
sus
also
experiencias
used my social
con el
media to
clima
find
y al mismo
people
tiempo
and who have
hago
witnessed
invitación
climate
para que
events so
puedan
that they could
asistir
share
al
their
Foro
experience.
Internacional Somos
And at the
Personas,
same
Queremos
time,
Vivir del 7
I
de mayo.
invite them to participate
Trabajo
in
en
the
colaboración
international
con algunos
forum.
voluntarios
We are
para poder
people,
realizar
global crisis.
invitaciones
We are
por
people.
escrito
We want to
a
live
los
that will
líderes de
take place
opinión
on May
de
7th.
mi país porque
And
deseo que
together
todo el
with
mundo
other
se entere
volunteers,
del
I'm
cambio que el
drafting
proyecto está
written
generando entre
invitations
nosotros. He sido
to
una de las
opinion leaders
testigos
in
del
my
cambio
country
climático.
so that they
Comenzando el mes
could
de enero, mi localidad sufrió
inform
fuertes heladas,
about the
solo
change
afectando
that this
los
project can
cultivos.
bring to people.
Y hace una
And I
semana
also have become
aproximadamente,
a witness to climate change.
personas
In
de
early
mi comunidad,
January in my
en
town,
donde
I
yo vivo,
observed severe
expresaban que se
frosts
sintió
that affected crops.
en las horas de
And
la
about a
noche
week
un
before,
temblor que
people in the
sacudió
place where I
varias
live
casas.
said that they
Yo no
felt
pude
an
sentirlo,
earthquake
pero
a
hace
night
unos
before
días
that shook several
Colombia
houses.
ya había
And I didn't
registrado un
feel it,
sismo bajo de
but there
4.5,
was
podría
already like
decirse.
4.5
Entiendo que
earthquake,
estos
4.5
efectos son de la
magnitude earthquake
ciclicidad,
registered in
pero
Colombia at that
no
time. I
muchos lo
understand
saben.
that this
Por
is
eso
the
yo como
consequence
voluntaria
of the cyclical effect, but not many people know about that. So as a volunteer, I feel an obligation to report it. And thank you so much for this platform, and thank you for what you do. Your work is very valuable for building the creative society. Thank you.
Greetings, friends. My name is Alexander, and today I would like to get you acquainted with the Climate Breaking News Project, which is dedicated to the climate and everything that is happening with the weather on our planet. In fact, at first glance, if you look at it, nothing seems to be happening. Well, somewhere out there in the desert, snow fell, where it usually does not fall, for example in Syria or Iraq. Or a volcano erupted somewhere in Tonga, or a fairly large area was flooded somewhere, or fire started here and there. This scattered information does not give a complete picture. But when everything comes together, then the full picture of what is happening becomes visible. And the Climate Breaking News Project is dedicated precisely to this, namely bringing all the facts together and providing the general public with a broad picture of what is happening on the planet. People from all over the world gathered together. They are ordinary people, volunteers who in their spare time collect information, systematize it, edit it, and do video editing. It results in a holistic broadcast showing the climate and nature news over a certain period. What does this show us? Climate change and disasters are cascading up. They are synchronizing. Their number is increasing. They are getting stronger and more intense. As a result of all this, more and more people find themselves in difficult situations. It is becoming clear that in the consumerist format of society, we will not be able to cope with what is happening, growing, and what awaits us. Yet, we as human beings can change all that. We can unite, combine our human and scientific potential, and confront the climate with modern breakthrough technologies. And indeed, we are able to do this.
Нам необходимо объединиться. Нам необходимо объединиться всей нашей дружной семьей и построить прекрасный мир. Мир, в котором все жили бы как братья. О таком мире мечтали все пророки. О таком мире говорили все пророки. И мы, друзья, можем воплотить все это уже сейчас. Друзья, спасибо вам большое. И передаю слово следующему участнику.
Приветствую всех участников и хотел бы поблагодарить всех и каждого за его вклад в общее дело взаимоподдержку дружную. Проект попал 3 года назад, и за это время многому научился. Начал с написания текстов, и это для меня было очень непривычно. Но стремление быть полезным, участвовать в проекте помогло человеку. Затем показали, как работать с инструктором. После начал делиться с новыми ребятами, чему научился. Также немножко участвовал в техподдержке. Когда только пришел, ребята поддерживали, и совместные сезоны в этом очень помогли. За это время многое поменялось и оптимизировалось. Проект вырос, пришел в прямой эфир, пополнился новыми участниками, наладилась поэтапная работа создания выпуска. В проекте, потому что есть понимание важности правды в наше время. Меня очень вдохновляет быть частным в донесении этой правды. И что еще важнее, так это то, что в выпусках говорится о выходе из сложившейся климатической ситуации. Ведь очень важно донести до людей, что в наших силах преодолеть неизбежность, преодолеть нависшую над всем человечеством угрозу климата. Поэтому проект, как и другие проекты созидательного общества, направлен на объединение людей и построение мирного общества.
At uniting people and building a peaceful society. Thank you all.
Hello, my name is Sergey. I have been working on the breaking news project for more than 2 years. I write news and make title images for videos. A title image is an information layer that appears at the bottom of the screen and shows in which city or country the climatic disaster occurred. I would like to say that now I'm living in 3 cities. On weekdays, I'm in one city, and on weekends, I'm in the other 2. But that absolutely does not stop me from writing the news and participating in projects. On the contrary, I want to do more. It's a wonderful team in which you just enjoy this teamwork and these joint calls. I consider it important to tell the truth about the disasters people are facing. Besides raising awareness, it is important to talk about the way out, about the fact that we need to do everything possible and impossible to build the creative society and to get through these climate consequences. Not just to dream, but to act, and to start from ourselves.
Здравствуйте, друзья. Меня зовут Елена.
Hello friends, my name is Elena and I would like to share with you how I get acquainted and joined the Breaking News project. A few months ago, I had a desire to participate in the project, not from time to time, but on a permanent basis. And as it usually happens, if there is a request, the opportunity, it will be always implemented. And this is exactly how it happened last time. Literally immediately I heard from a friend of mine that she would help in writing news for the Breaking News project. I have been on the Breaking News broadcast several times before, so I was really interested to know more about the whole process from the inside. I certainly understood that each episode of Breaking News is a team effort, but it was a big revelation to me to find out how many people were involved in the process, starting from searching information, writing the news, proofreading, find footages, editing videos, writing text for the hosts, filming the episode, and a lot of sorts of other important things, what is going on behind the scenes. This is really hard job and well coordinated, and each person contributes to overall result. I'm very grateful to the team of editors who warmly welcomed me, taught me everything, explained and showed me, and it was really easy to join the work right away. Thanks to the common cause, I have made many new friends who live far away, thousands of kilometers away from my city, but the distances only show that there are no boundaries for real, friendly communication. And I really enjoy working in a team. It's an incredible feeling when we do so much more together than we can do it individually. Participating in this project helps me not forget during what time we live in. After reading each news story makes you immerse yourself in the event, to see it from the inside, to see it through the eyes of people who already encountered the disaster. And during the short period of time since I'm participating in the project, I see the growing force and synchronization of climate events. And this is very important to me, so that each episode not only shows and tells about cataclysms that are taking place, but also explains the cause of climate change, and most importantly shows the way out of this global problem. After all, at this stage of building a creative society, informing is the most important thing we can do today. So I would like to express my gratitude to all guys for their joint creative work and invite every one of you who would like to become a part of friendly team of Breaking News. Invite to join us. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, we're Anastasia and Tatiana and we're involved in the Breaking News project. And I would like to tell you a little bit about my experience about how I started to participate in this project. In fact, I always had two fears in my head. Teamwork, which means that I always did everything by myself, and I tried not to team up with anyone, I did what I could. And the second fear was video editing. I already had a laptop, a good one, good quality, okay, just work, I said to myself. But no, I had the thought that I would definitely never understand it. No, video editing was definitely not my thing. But just as I was pondering, I came across this message in one of the chats about gathering learners for video editing for breaking news. And something echoed inside. I responded and joined this chat to learn. Everything went by so quickly, and after I joined a working chat, I started making little video edits, maybe a little uncertain as a beginner, but it was so interesting, guys. You're constantly learning something new, and it feels great knowing that you're around a team of like-minded people who are always ready to help you. That is, your strengths simply increases tenfold. Your strengths, opportunities, possibilities to learn something and convey it to people, to convey what is happening with the climate.
Yes, I would also like to share my experience of how I became a video editor of the Breaking News project. I have a little experience now. I'm just a beginner, but nevertheless, it is so nice when you get into this friendly team, when they immediately take you, teach you everything, let you know that if you don't know something, you can contact them anytime, day or night. It is so great. There will be definitely someone who will help and teach you. And when you turn to someone for help, there is a feeling inside you that you have known this person for a long time, and he or she is your best friend. It is so inspiring, and you want to keep learning. You want to work together to create such events, because it's done in a really sincere, genuine way, like friends, like one family. Thank you guys for the fact that we are doing such an important thing.
Выход каждого видео экстренных новостей.
The release of each episode of breaking news. This is a huge, enormous work on gathering footages, on preparing them for the live broadcast. This is preparation of video information and the news from all over the world. This is a unique project because there are no other news in the world which would highlight and show the climate cataclysms from all over the world. This is only breaking news, and all this material every week is being found by different sources, by television, and is being edited by volunteers in the free from work time. Right now, Vadim will share with us his experience of editing these footages.
Привет, друзья! Меня зовут Вадим, и я монтажер в проекте «Экстренные новости». Попал я в этот проект в 2018 году осенью. Сразу же захотел стать монтажером, потому что мне всегда очень хотелось научиться монтажить видео. Плюс мне очень хотелось доносить до людей важность информации о изменении климата, о построении созидательного общества. И я нашел себя в этом проекте, в котором мог иногда сидеть часами и с радостью, с любовью делать видео. То, что происходит в мире с климатом, это очень отрезвляющая информация, которая заставляет мое сознание действовать с радостью и с любовью к людям, с заботой, потому что информирование — это очень важный, очень самый сложный процесс. Это первый этап построения социального общества. Также
there has been tremendous support, and there are constantly members of the movement who, at any time of the day or night,
в любое время суток
can write or call you to answer your questions, to help you with what you need.
в том, что тебе нужно.
No one
Никто
and
никогда, ни
never,
разу
not once refused to help
не
me,
отказывал мне в помощи. Потому что
because it's impossible
это
when you,
невозможно,
as
когда
good
вы,
old friend and acquaintances,
добрые
are
старые
moving
друзья,
together
знакомые,
toward the same goal
вместе
for the benefit
движетесь к единой
for all
цели,
humankind.
во благо всего человечества.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Меня зовут Павел. Я участник проекта «Экстренные новости» и выбрал его потому, что меня вдохновили книги Анастасии Новой, в которых описаны духовно-моральные ценности всего человечества и построение созидательного общества. Мы уже давно убедились в том, что климатическая ситуация в мире только ухудшается, а со средств массовой информации нам говорят ложь о вреде СО2. Разобравшись в том, что климат на самом деле стремительно меняется из-за космической цикличности, к точке которой приближается наша галактика, я принял решение донести людям правду о том, что на самом деле происходит с климатом и как выйти из этой непростой ситуации. На сегодняшний день враг номер один — это климат, который беспощаден как природе, так и людям и их имуществу. Когда в мире происходят такие ужасы, о причинах которых люди даже не ведают, хочется делиться правдивой информацией о сути климатических изменений и, самое главное, о выходе из этой непростой ситуации, это построение созидательного общества. Моя задача как видеомонтажера — сделать видеомонтаж в короткие сроки, ведь в конце недели прямой эфир, и все должно быть вовремя готово. Монтаж новостей — это всегда очень сложная работа, поэтому в команде царит взаимовыручка и поддержка. Всегда есть помощь со стороны команды, но климатические изменения, к сожалению, настолько стремительны, что рук просто не хватает это все смонтажить и осветить. И имея время и возможность, я принял решение и взял на себя ответственность провести мастер-класс по видеомонтажу для всех желающих участников движения, чтобы видеомонтажеров хватало на всех созидательных проектах. За 1,5 недели отозвалось 300 желающих. Какого-то плана или стратегии у меня просто не было, как провести этот мастер-класс. Я чисто импровизировал из своего личного опыта. Я просто не слушал сомнения в голове и просто действовал. И вскоре другие опытные монтажеры сами предложили помощь по проведению мастер-класса, за что им отдельно благодарен.
Because it is not so easy to install the programs and everyone to explain to the people from different time zones all the nuances of editing. Now, the 2-month video editing workshop has been successfully completed, and the participants have chosen the projects they like and are inclined to participate in. Already halfway through the training, the newcomers joined in creating videos for social networks and achieved great results there. The creation of the breaking news is a team effort of many people from all around the world, volunteers who devote their spare time to bringing the truth to people about what is really happening with the climate and the planet as a whole. The projects involve people of various professions who do not specialize in video editing. And the people do this sincerely, unselfishly, from the heart. I'm glad to be part of such a big and friendly team to bring the truth to the people and to take steps in the building of the creative society. Let's watch together a video of how the breaking news broadcast is filmed.
Good afternoon, guys. We are standing outside the dressing room where our hosts are getting ready, and we're going to show you what they're doing here.
We're getting our hosts ready for the live broadcast of breaking news, and we are helping them to look good on camera.
We do hair, choose lipstick, and get the guys ready.
Well, I'm getting ready. You see, at the same time I'm learning the text, and the girls are helping me to do my makeup.
Then, let's probably go to the studio and see how it really goes, yes? Hi guys, hello everyone. You know that everyone watches amazing episodes of the breaking news, where we show the truth about what's going on with the climate in the world. But everybody's wondering, how is this really happening? What are we doing? Who are these people who are making these newscasts? So now, please, let's try to show the viewer what we do, how we do it, and what inspires us to do it. Let's start with you. Introduce yourself, please.
My name is Stas.
Stas, please tell us, how long have you been in the Breaking News project?
For 2 years.
And what brought you in? What did your participation begin with?
Friends. My friends participated in the project and I liked it very much. They invited me and I began to participate. I set up the light and step by step started to fully engage in the preparation of the entire location for the filming of the host.
What can you tell people who still do not know if they want to join or not?
Try it. Try it, guys.
Introduce yourself, please.
Hello, my name is Dennis. I'm in the sound business. I also came here to work with sound. By the way, I can give you a little masterclass. Look, Alexei is holding a microphone. You have to hold a microphone like this. And a lot of people hold a microphone like this. This is where the recording comes from. I'm responsible for making sure that the audience can hear the hosts well. We are delivering truthful information from all corners of the world. What is really going on right now with the climate is very important, and whoever has a desire for the opportunity, please join us.
Hello, my name is Nastya. I've been a part of the Breaking News project for a long time, even since the first episodes, the live broadcasts, not the edited one. I want people to know the truth. That is not what the media shows, but what is happening in reality. And here in the Breaking News project, we have real eyewitnesses who connect with us themselves and tell everything, and this is very important. In fact, we are becoming friends here. It's not just a collective anymore, we're exactly friends. And I wish our team would get much bigger, because now there are so many of us in different countries, and I wish the breaking news to be in every country, so join in.
Yeah guys, join in, because breaking news is not only an important social project, but it also means friendship, great atmosphere and friendship. Dear colleague, hello. Could you please tell me what brought you here?
Specifically now, I'm going to record the broadcast, and if you take a more global view, at some point I realized that you need to tell people what is really going on. Because when I talk to people from different countries of the world, I understand that a lot of people don't really see what's happening with the climate, and the Breaking News project gives you a chance to get a comprehensive picture of what's going on. And of course, we always talk about the way out, so that people don't just have some kind of fear or panic about what's going on. And what we are really saying is that we have a chance, and we still have time to do everything possible and impossible in order to unite, build a creative society, and overcome climate consequences.
Svetlana, please tell us what interests you in all this: lighting, sound, editing?
I'm in charge of the actual production of the episode, and sometimes I'm a host. I write scripts and prepare information.
Great. Guys, then what? We should probably go down to the basement and see what our tech team is doing. Shall we? Please tell us something interesting. What do you do here? You have so many monitors and you have such computers. What interesting things are going on here? Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Vladimir. I do a lot of live restreaming and language restreaming for the breaking news. What do? We Igor does restreaming as well. We make it possible that this information is available not only in Russian and English, but also in almost all languages. We broadcast on different channels in different languages. Yes.
What brought you to this project?
The desire to share the truth to the whole world, so that everyone could get to know the truth and take action. Because now it is such a time. It is very relevant and important for everyone.
Igor, could you please tell us how difficult is it to join the project?
Probably not.
Great, guys. You see, it's not scary at all. Everything is very simple, and the main thing is just to make a decision and start participating. That's it. Friends, please introduce yourselves.
Hello, my name is Vitaly.
Vitaly, please tell us what brought you to this project.
I would say it was also an accident. I've actually been in the movement for a long time. When I pressed the button and joined the Creative Society, just after a while I got a call from the girls, in particular from our host Svetlana, whom you have already met. What can you do? Well, I said that basically I work with spreadsheets. No problem, we have timing. These seem breaking news, you'll do it. It's impossible to put into words what it is when you're in the company of people who are happy to help you. It's really great. And you are also mirroring and striving to be helpful to others in any way. It is wonderful.
My name is Maxim. We're here to set up online editing of a live broadcast. We already have a beautiful planet spinning. Here we compile the video, which we will put on the air and set up the sound.
So all that we're seeing on the screen now is happening live?
Yes, it will be live. It will be a live broadcast of online editing.
Андрей, добрый день. Мы вас не слышим. Включите, пожалуйста.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear you.
Что другое?
Сейчас слышно.
Maybe something else. Do you hear me? Hello, friends. My name is Andrei. I'm from Breaking News team. I'm new to the team and I wish I had joined much sooner. I found out that Breaking News team needs editors. I realized that it's my chance to prove myself. I wanted to participate in useful these community projects for a long time. I couldn't be indifferent to what's happening outside our windows. I knew very well that together we could do so much, and if you do something for others, it brings great joy, fulfillment and awareness to the importance of what are we doing. The participants are very welcoming. They show me their broadcasts and I found there are more experienced participants, and they were welcome for beginners. And of course, in the team there is also mutual support, and we support each other. So please welcome. You're very welcome to join. And I now give the word to next participant, speaker. Thank you.
Здравствуйте, ребята.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Evgenia. For more than a year, I participate in the Breaking News project, and I joined it because I'm interested in climate for a long time. And participation in this team combined my interest in global climate change as well as helping people at the same time. And for many, just this little amount of information they receive in the media in their country is enough. And simply since once you don't show the videos of the events, only then they start to doubt whether they know everything. And our team tells about the events happening around the world as a whole. And what's most important, we always indicate the way out of the situation. And working as a part of this team, I realized that I'm doing one big necessary thing, and extra hands are always needed. And the work in searching for information does not take much time, 10 to 20 minutes a day. And for that, first of all, I found all possible and interesting info channels, subscribe to them, and then I just look throughout the day, monitor them, and the needed information I share in the channel of the team. But sometimes when I'm too busy because of work, I don't have time to do that. And it's always really pleasant to see that once you open the team channel, you see other people who are supporting you. There's always someone who is sharing this information, and the work does not stop. And the understanding of one common family, one common team inspires you so much. And the fact that you're not alone, it really is inspiring for me. And if you are interested in searching for information, for news, we're always waiting for you here. You're always welcome. And it's really great. It's amazing to be a participant of this team and to participate in the Creative Society project and build it together right now. Thank you so much.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Yelena, and I do the voiceovers for this project. And guys often send me some tasks for the voiceovers when it's urgently needs to be done, and you understand that this is breaking news and it requires urgent work. Because these are the events that have already happened and they're currently important, and it is necessary to broadcast them to people so that they would know the truth. And unfortunately, such events are becoming more and more nowadays. And I started participating in the voiceovers back in 2015 in the climate project called Climate Control. And I would like to say that over this period, I myself have witnessed a tremendous increase in the severity and number and destructiveness of these disasters. And unfortunately, all this seriousness of what is happening right now in the world and on our planet is being silenced by the mainstream media. And that is why it is really important to act. And everyone is acting in their free time when they have an opportunity. And honestly, when a task on breaking news comes, you know it has to be done quickly, as quick as possible. And in fact, if you would like to, act in this direction, in this field, no special conditions are needed. For example, when it's urgently needs to be, like the voiceover needs to be done, you can do it at home. For the dubbing, I use my closet, and I do everything necessary for the soundproofing, and I do special articulation exercises and just to prepare my vocal cords. And acting in the projects, for that, you just need to have a strong desire and also understanding of the importance of what you're doing, because our brain works in a way so that it wipes out understanding of what is going on in the world when there is nothing dramatic happening outside of your window. So that is why I think that listening to the thoughts in your head that tell you that you need to find some special conditions, special place, the right moment, or something else, it's not a good idea, because it will never happen if you listen to that. You just need to do it right now. Just take an action here and now. And I wish to all of us so that our actions in the shortest time possible unite millions of people all over the world, all over the planet, in the understanding that we as humans need to build the creative society, to become the civilization, in order to, first of all, survive and establish a world where human life becomes the first priority, and then develop as humanity with the high moral and spiritual values, with limitless possibilities opening up. Thank you so much, everyone, for such an opportunity to share my experience with you. I give the floor to Stanislav.
Hello, everyone. I started participating in the Breaking News project by searching for footage. And then I decided to start writing reports little by little. Initially, we wrote them as a team. The guys shared their experiences, helped, and corrected many things. And then I became more interested in video editing. I was added to that chat as well, and I got acquainted with editors. The guys were also helpful, explaining things many times, because it was difficult for me, as I had never used the program before. And now, as time goes on, I both write and edit video reports. And I would like to note that thanks to such a friendly, strong, and responsive team, we have such sobering and informative breaking news.
Здравствуйте, друзья. Меня зовут Ева.
Hello friends, my name is Eva. I started participating in a breaking news project since last summer because there was an inner desire to do something useful and to help all humanity. And when there is a request, there is a response. Although there was no writing skills, yes, there was obsessive thoughts, like, I couldn't cope, how can I help to someone? But because of inner desire,
I asked guys to help so they could explain and tell me how to do, and responded very quickly. And you know, it was very joyful when the guys responded and very actively started answering all the questions, sent me the master classes for beginners, and someone wrote me just, you know, how to write the news stories online, guiding me from A to Z. And, you know, this gave me more powers and inspiration to act, because guys in the team are from different countries, from different time zones, but in any time, 24/7, there's always someone who will respond. And this friendly team inspired me so much, because we are going there in the same direction together. And for me, it is very important to participate in the project, because when I write news or descriptions, I really see what is happening in the world and how serious it is. You know, that it is even serious, it is more serious than you can even imagine. And you cannot relax and think that someone will do it for you. And seeing these cataclysms and understanding this great responsibility and importance, you understand that people should know the truth. And it is really important to unite. And I am a mother, and I don't want my children to live in a consumerist format at all. And looking at how people are left without a roof over their heads and are all alone with their misfortune, the heart really shrinks, and it is breaking my heart. And I want everyone to live happily, and for everyone to live in a safe place, and so that every person actually deserves that. And thank you for sharing this. And I pass the floor to Dmitry.
Спасибо, Ева.
Thank you, Eva. Good day to everyone. My name is Dmitry. I'm a dentist by profession, and for several years I have been a member of the Breaking News Project on the Creative Society Project channel. I also take part in dubbing and voicing reporters from other countries, and a few months ago I joined the team of the reporters for the newscasting Breaking News. I'm honored to be part of this very important project, which allows all the people around the world to know the truth about the climate disasters without any distortions or misunderstandings. In our broadcasts, we not only show the truth and the reality about the global climate change,
но и рассказываем о выходе из
but we also show the ways out of this situation, which we cannot yet influence.
Но мы оповещаем
We
людей
are informing the
о
people
возможности
about the possibility to unite
на планете для
all the people
построения
on
созидательного общества,
the planet to build a creative
что
society,
в свою очередь
which
даст нам
in its turn will
колоссальные
give us
ресурсы
enormous
для того,
resources
чтобы объединить весь
of
научный
united
потенциал
scientific potential
для решения
to
этой
solve
проблемы.
this problem.
И это решение,
And
оно
this solution,
жизненно
it is
необходимо,
vital.
потому что
It will
оно позволит
allow
всем
us,
нам
to all of us, to survive
всем нам выжить в этих
in these
условиях
conditions of
синхронизации
synchronization and
климатических
escalating
катастроф,
climatic disasters,
в которых уже сейчас
in which
гибнет масса людей,
masses of people
масса людей
are
остаются
already
без
dying.
средств,
A lot
без
of
крова,
people remain
без
homeless
крова и
and
средств к
without means of
существованию. Многие теряют семьи,
existence.
родных
Many are
и
losing their
близких.
families, relatives, and
Участвуя в
loved
программе
ones.
экстренной
And
новости,
participating in the breaking news
вникая в суть
program,
происходящего,
understanding
проявляется
the essence of what is
ответственность,
happening,
стремление помочь
there is a
донести
responsibility and a desire to help
донести эту
and bring this
информацию
information to
максимальному
as
количеству
many
людей,
people as possible,
чтобы они задумались
so
и
that they
начали
can think
действовать.
about it and begin to
Озвучивая
act.
интервью с учеными,
Studying interviews
я сам
with
начинаю
the
глубже
scientists,
разбираться
I myself
во
begin
всех
to
этих
understand all
вопросах.
these issues more deeply.
Благодаря слаженной
And thanks to the
работе
coordinated
команды
work
экстренных
of the
новостей со
breaking
всего
news
мира,
team from all
у
around the
нас
world,
у всех
we all
появляется
have the
возможность
opportunity
донести до
to
людей
tell people
правду
the
о
truth
самом
about
главном
the most
враге
important enemy
всего
for all
человечества.
mankind,
Это о климате.
which is the climate.
Нет злее и
There is no
беспощаднее
greater
врага
and
у
more
человечества,
ruthless
чем
enemy
климат.
of the mankind
С
than the
этим
climate.
врагом
It is
невозможно
impossible to
договориться,
negotiate with this enemy.
проведя мирные переговоры. Он не щадит
It
никого,
spares no
ни
one,
детей, ни
no
женщин,
children, no the
ни
women,
стариков, ни других людей.
nor elderly, nor other people.
И мы должны,
And we must
мы просто
We have
обязаны,
to
мы просто обязаны приложить все
we
усилия,
must
чтобы
make every effort
единиться
to
всему
unite all the
человечеству,
mankind,
чтобы противопоставить этому
this
врагу
enemy,
нашу
with our
созидательную
creative
науку,
science,
которая сделает
which
все
will do everything
необходимое,
necessary
чтобы справиться с этим
to
врагом,
cope with this
чтобы
enemy,
наша родная
so that our
планета
home planet
никогда
will
больше не
never again
зависела
depend
от
on
космических
cosmic
циклов.
cycles.
Огромное спасибо большое.
Many thanks to
Огромная
all the
благодарность
participants
всем
of the
участникам
Breaking News
проекта
project,
экстренной новости, а также
as well
участникам других
as to
климатических
the other
проектов
climate projects,
за заботу о людях,
for caring about people,
о всех людях нашей
about
планеты,
all the people
в
on the
деле
planet,
донесения
in bringing the true
истинной
information
информации о
about
положении дел,
the state of the affairs,
об оповещении всего
about
человечества
informing
о
all the
проекте
mankind about the
«Созидательное
Creative
общество».
Society project.
Я призываю всех, присоединяйтесь к
And
проекту
I ask
движения,
everyone,
работы
join
хватит
the
всем.
movement,
И
join
сейчас тот
this
самый
project.
момент наступил.
There is enough work for everyone,
теперь я
and now
предлагаю вам
it is the time.
посмотреть,
And
вниманию
here
предлагаю
now
видеоролик
I suggest that
о
we
важных
watch
фрагментах
video
экстренных
of some
новостей,
important parts
о
of the
которых хочется напомнить.
breaking news, which I would like to remind you of. Thank you very much.
Greetings. You're watching breaking news on the Creative Society channel.
The frequency of climate disasters has increased so much that in some parts of the planet cataclysms are continually striking one after another.
This is breaking reporter from Indonesia.
This is a breaking news reporter from Denmark.
Hello, my name is Alex Londos. I'm recording for Climate Breaking News.
Breaking news reporter from Tanzania.
From Croatia.
From Austria.
From Indonesia.
From the USA.
Every day, thousands of people face climate disasters that hit suddenly, and people don't always have even a couple of seconds to gather the essential.
In each issue of Breaking News, eyewitnesses of climate disasters from around the world share information from the scene of events, what difficulties they had to face during and after the disaster, as well as their experiences.
My name is Jordan Hall. I'm a storm chaser out of Norman, Oklahoma.
My name is Francisco Gonzalez Contreras. I am from Cihuatlan, Jalisco, Mexico, from the Pacific Coast.
My name is Logan Griffin. I live in Northern California in the United States.
Hello, my name is Serge McCullough. I live in Goma.
My name is Satyajit Bhosle. I'm from Satara, from Maharashtra.
And I am from Kurdistan region of Iraq.
In the United Arab Emirates.
I live in La Palma, Iceland.
From Mozambique.
I'm from Ecuador.
I am from Cebu, Philippines.
And I'm from Pakistan.
I'm from Kenya.
It was a disaster. People were running around. We thought, my God, what are we going to do? There were no warnings. It was very unexpected. No one knew about it.
Scary and painful to witness, and it was my hometown.
My husband noticed the river rising. There was no prior warning, other than we saw ourselves the rising of the river. We were frightened because the river was flooding and the water level rose very fast. Until something happens to us, we don't know the value of what will happen next. Therefore, sometimes it is necessary to go through some very serious tests in order to understand the value of life. And the value of life is in every moment.
I don't wish people should have any experience like that, but people need to have empathy. Empathy is ability to see the world through that person's eyes, not your eyes, but the people who are flood affected, are affected by fire, are affected by earthquakes. We live in a community, in a society. It's like a big family.
Don't think you're ever better than anybody, because it can always happen to you. You could be the high-class person it happens to. You could be the person that lives under the bridge that loses everything they have. Natural disasters don't care who you are. So just always be there for somebody, because you never know what can happen to you or to them. And you can be a huge help, if not a life-saving help. So, yeah.
I think this kind of disaster teaches that we have to unite. We have to start rethinking about our society and human race, that where are we going and how we are going and how we are conquering our own nature, our own earth. So we have choose a very fast and constructive way to reach and become a modern technology.
The reason for such global climatic changes on our planet is astronomical cyclicity.
At the same time, the manifestation of astronomical processes and their cyclicity on the planet is not studied enough.
Unfortunately, no one in the consumerist format of society is prepared for sudden natural disasters, and any delay in bringing all people together to deal with a common enemy, global climate change, results in casualties.
Only mutual assistance gives us a chance to survive in times of catastrophes.
But this requires the entire world community to unite on the basis of the best human universal values.
The creative format of society, thanks to the unification of the potential and resources of all mankind, will help to pass the period of large-scale catastrophes on the planet.
It will lead our civilization out of the impasse of self-destruction.
Millions of people support the creative society, and they are the ones who already now care about our common future, who have taken responsibility for the life of all humankind.
Join the Creative Society project at creativesociety.com.
Я очень рада, что сейчас у меня есть
I'm very glad that right now I have a unique opportunity to express my deep gratitude, my sincere inspiration of you, the heroes of the breaking news, everyone who is doing the breaking news project. You are the people of courage and power, people who don't. There are a lot of people who don't want to listen to such news and to look at these cataclysms, but you are the ones who do that every day to inform all humanity, to make people wake up. And your professionalism, your dedication, your commitment and humanness is a greatest example of the creative society. Thank you so much. And we pass on to the next block, and every climate disaster becomes a real disaster for people who have been affected by this catastrophe. And it is these people who know firsthand how the climate change is real and how unprecedented it is, and how people are not prepared for it. And today, people are working, but tomorrow they being wiped out by this disaster. And our team of eyewitnesses are interacting with such people, and they will share their sincere stories of this interaction with eyewitnesses. We pass the floor to you. Hello, dear friends. By profession, I am electromechanical and communicational engineer, and in my spare time, I participate in the project Creative Society. And participation in the project helps me to act no matter what, and neither the negative thoughts nor life circumstances. It helps me to learn how to love and to interact in friendship. And I became responsible for the area direction of eyewitnesses to climate events in the preparation for the conference Global Crisis Time for the Truth. And in the beginning, I didn't have understanding how to organize everything, but I had a motto just to start to do it, and just a couple of hours every day, and then we'll see. And we started to act together, and in the process, I realized that only together and in sync we can do everything. And many teams were formed in this direction of searching for eyewitnesses, or searching for eyewitnesses from different countries, the team of interview previews and proof watching, and the team for editing and script writing. And in preparation for the global forum, Global Crisis, Where People We Want to Live, there is the direction of the eyewitnesses search. It has been expanded. A team of designers that create pictures for social media, the team of video editors, the team of translators, a lot of people. And personally, I get inspired by participating in this direction of searching for eyewitnesses, is that people tell the truth about the climate and the difficulties they encounter during the natural disasters, hurricanes, typhoons, earthquakes, floods, fires. And thanks to their stories, we know firsthand that the climate has changed. And people who learn this information, they begin to share it along with us, because they understand that right now it is vitally important, more than ever. For saving the lives of all people on planet Earth, there is only one way out: building the creative society, and we can do it only together, only by uniting. And knowing that, it is a blessing to work together, to act with all the people, and knowing that we are one human family. And right now the guys will share their what they do in their activities. And I pass the floor to Ludmila. Hello, friends. I participate in the direction of searching for eyewitnesses. I joined this direction when the preparation for the conference Global Crisis Time for the Truth that happened on December 4th started. And I had a big desire to begin to contact eyewitnesses of climate events. I didn't know what to do, what to look for, how to write it. But I had thoughts, what if I can find anyone? And thanks to that, we had a calls when we shared experience on how to search for the eyewitnesses. And very soon people began to respond and said that they're willing to be interviewed. And talking to guys, we realized that many people had the same thoughts, like many doubts, like how can I write to somebody? But we nevertheless started doing that, and people responded. And it is great that such conferences are being held, and they join the Creative Society project, and they become reporters and participate in roundtables, international discussions. And our team is international. We live in different time zones, but when we have common calls, someone, is in the morning, for someone it is already evening, but we all together act. And it is happy to understand that, we have such an opportunity. And every member brings new ideas on how to search for the eyewitnesses, how to contact them, and it helps to connect with them all around the world and hear firsthand what people are experiencing when they encounter cataclysms. And of course, it is an opportunity to talk about the only way out for humanity, about the creative society. And I pass the floor to Victoria. Thank you. I would like to share the experience and how we started this eyewitness direction. And not understanding in particular where to start up from, we just started to distributing on social media the information that we are searching for them. We decided to, just to write letters, how to write them, and send them out. I will tell you how we did it. Once we sent the letters, no one responded at first. And then the new participant got connected to our team. And then the one eyewitness responds, and he starts just saying, and I get such thoughts, well, whoa, we're searching for these people, and she just joined, this new member, and then everything started going on. And of course, the same thoughts appeared not only in my head, but also in the heads of other people. And we understood that this is the result of our joint work as a team. All together, we put the attention into one single goal, and this is how it works. It's like the door finally opens. And from this moment, we had so many eyewitnesses that we even didn't have enough presenters for the interviews. And our team got rid of the pattern, like who is good, who's better. We just got rid of it, and what was left is like the united team in love and in friendship. And there were some moments when we interviewed eyewitnesses, and because of technical reasons it didn't fit, and we were sad because of that. But then we understood and realized that the most important thing is that we informed people about the creative society. And sometimes the whole interview took us less time than the communication afterward. efforts, people were happy that they're not alone, that there are those who care about their troubles and who support them in difficult times. And the most inspiring thing is that these people started to act too. And if you are thinking about whether to participate in the project or not, get involved or not, listen, just start and you will not be stopped. Because participating in the project, in the team, it's like a, breath of life. When you're acting, you live. And next, Alessia will tell us about creating pictures.
Hi, everybody. I create images for posts. We are looking for witnesses. After the December 4 conference, I felt a great need to help people somehow. And when I found out that help was needed with creating images for posts, I joined in. At first, it was frightening to see how many events were happening in one day. I realized that behind each event there were people who suffer. And I realized that every day without a creative society is a tremendous loss for humanity. All those parts are shown that helps to understand our personal responsibility for society and how much depends on the actions of everyone in our friendly team. Next, Svetlana will talk about the teamwork in creating posts.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Hello friends, my name is Svetlana, and every one of you are pretty aware of the social network, that it is a very effective tool for finding eyewitnesses, and thanks to the joint effort to blend different methods of informing people in social media and social networks, there is a response from people who suffered from cataclysms. We as a team are working not just on writing posts, but first of all, we carefully study natural disasters because people's lives are behind each of them. And thanks to the joint work, not only the awareness of what is happening we got, but also we learned how to interact with each other as a team. We write, look at each other's point of view, discuss, and only then we accept a ready variant. And thanks to our translators, it is quickly being translated into different languages. And then the finished materials are handed over for the publication on social networks. And everyone can publish them on their personal pages on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and any social network. And we're glad that people are not indifferent, not alone with climate situations, and know that there are those who are ready to hear them and tell this truth to the whole world. And only together, by joining our forces, we can do anything. And I'm happy to pass the floor to Ola, who will tell us about how the interviews with eyewitnesses are happening. Thank you so much, Svetlana. And thank you for sharing such wonderful, inspiring, and very important information. And in turn, I would like to share how we do it together with guys in our team. And our team does interviews in Spanish and Portuguese languages. And when you connect to the recording of an interview, you see the eyes of a person, you feel the joy that comes from them, and you feel that not everything is lost. We are really already making global changes. And let me tell you about one interesting interview. We recorded one interview with Miguel from Argentina, where he shared as eyewitness about the wildfires in the area where he lives. It's Patagonia. And Miguel told us that these fires are very difficult to put out and stretch for quite a long period of time. And then it takes several weeks. If fires occur in relative proximity to human settlements and the wind blows towards the settlements, it turns out that people suffer from smoke. And it's like when we heat the stove in the house, and initially it is all in smoke because it goes inside the house, and you can no longer stay there. And opening doors and windows does not really help to get rid of the smoke. And except here, my friends, people who are in such situation, they don't have the possibility to open windows and doors, and they are in that smoke for a long time. And after all that Miguel has shared, here he told us, and we also have a problem with drinking water. That is, we have very little of it, and it's not enough. And for me, it was a big shock to learn that, for example, in Argentina, people have a shortage of drinking water even in the capital city. Can you imagine? So, in our world, civilized and developed, in some countries, people don't have drinking water. And in January this year, there was a temperature of plus 48 degrees Celsius in some areas of Argentina, including the capital. People's electricity was cut off, so there was no possibility to turn on the air conditioner or even at least a fan. People didn't have it. And people lived in this condition, and this terrifying heat and lack of water. And I talked to one woman who has 2 children, and she lives in pretty much the same area, and she said, I'm very weak right now. I just feel very bad physically. The only thing I can do now is lay down. And she has also 2 kids to take care of. And we as a society need to realize a lot and finally solve the problems that we have already encountered and that will only increase. After all, this is all the result of the consumerist format that we are all in right now. We simply must change it. And what you just heard is just a small part of what people have told us about. And you realize that it didn't happen sometime out there, but it's happening right now, here and now. We are human beings. We are people, and we want to live. And in order to do that, we need to come together and build a creative society together. We need to act. It depends on us. And this action is truly necessary. Thank you so much, and I pass the floor to Narine.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Understanding the importance of conducting interviews in preparation for the upcoming forum, the friendly technical support team of this direction does everything necessary from its side to make the interview take place. Technical support consists in high-quality recording of the interview. Communication with the guest takes place in Zoom, and the recording is done in online editing software. In addition, for insurance purposes, we additionally turn on recording in Zoom, necessary in case the power in the house is out. By the way, I had such an experience when the computer turned off during the interview. During recordings, you have to be ready to react quickly, in case the guest's internet bandwidth goes down. It is also important to make sure that the guest looks nice in the frame and, if necessary, correct the position of his camera in time with the help of the interpreter. Interviews who communicates with their guest with understanding and love are very inspiring. For example, I remember the interview with Joanne Schroer from Kentucky, who organized Tornado Relief and Help. Not knowing English, I did not even need an interpreter to understand what she was talking about and what values she lived by. She shared her experience so sincerely and from the heart. Thank you, friends, for making the whole world aware of the creative society. Next. The next, Tatiana from Portugal will talk about how the recorded interviews are revisited and viewed.
Thank you, Valerie. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be with you today. I am participating in the preparation for the firm global crisis. We are people, we want to live. I really like take interviews with witnesses, and then we call up with the guys in the evenings and making the insiders look at these interviews in the editing program. This is the program where we have both videos and text in front of us. We choose the moments that resonated with all of us the most. As you watch, you realize even more how serious our climate situation is. It's as if you can see with your own eyes what's happening in every corner of the planet. Somewhere there is a flood, somewhere there is a earthquake, and hurricane, tornado, and it's as if you're experiencing with these people what they went through. You look at the event through their eyes. It is very sad to hear and understand that people are losing the most precious thing in their lives, relative loved ones. But all of this can be prevented. We just need to get all humanity together, all together to build a creative society. The only witnesses tell how much these events turn their lives upside down, and along with this comes an even greater determination and desire to spread the word about the Creative Society project. I told the waiter in a cafe, the salesman in a store, or when I just stay in a queue, I'm talking about the project. And I'm proud to be a part of Creative Society project. I'm glad that I can do my part to create peace and goodness. And if anybody else has doubts or is not sure whether he can help, then get involved in the construction of the Creative Society and you will see how simple is this. Together we can really do a lot. Thank you. I give the floor to next speaker.
Nicholas, тебе слово.
Nicholas, the floor is yours.
Hola, hola amigos, espero que se encuentren muy bien.
Hello,
Les saluda Nicolás
dear
Velasco.
friends.
Antes que nada, quería darles las gracias a todos
I
ustedes
hope you're feeling
por
well.
ser parte de
Greetings
esta
from.
semana de solidaridad. A pesar de todas nuestras responsabilidades y deberes,
I'm Nicholas Velasquez. First of all, I would like to thank you all for being part of this week of solidarity, where we interact and exchange experience, impressions, and viewpoints among people from all over the world, from all the regions, and it's one of the greatest gifts we have achieved together. It is relevant to talk with people about the climate because many of them focus only on what is happening in their neighborhood, or they are simply immersed in their personal problems and issues, and they are unaware of what is happening in this world. I find it very significant to contact with people who have lived through these hard situations by communicating with witnesses, volunteers of people not indifferent to the issue. We get to perceive all the nuances that surround these events. Personally, I think that our process helps us to understand how hard it is to face the terrible blow of natural disasters. All this pushes us to find new ways to share and reach more people, because without them, we will not achieve the format for a better future. And I'm very happy to be part of the group like this, the group of people who are so dedicated and courageous, and who will surely be an example for all those people who are waiting for the opportunity to become a part of our so desirable creative society.
De nuestra tan deseada sociedad creativa. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Спасибо, Николас. Здравствуйте, Thank you, Nicholas. Greetings, dear friends. I am also fortunate to be part of a project whose rapid movement and development every day causes incredible changes in society. It always seems to us that a lot of people are already working in this direction and there is no need to join. But that's not true. If you have an inner impulse and feel that you can do so much more, then you simply must act. You owe it to yourself first and foremost. The search and eyewitness communication team acts as one. I participate in communication with eyewitnesses before, during, and after the interview. It's hard to overstate the importance of this interaction with people. Every new person illuminates new facts for you, shares their story and new insights. There were very interesting interviews when a person gave a formal answer to first, but then, with each new question, he sort of understood everything that had happened from a new perspective, and this gave him some new insights and understandings. We talk about the Creative Society project, and very often people just listen at first, not understanding how we can unite, but in the course of the conversation, they sometimes recall incredible examples of human interaction. For example, Marfa, a female climate activist and eyewitness from Sudan, told us that if there is a flood, they have such a concept as nafia, where people unite and help each other with shelter, food, water, whatever they can do to survive together. They act as a single family, single organism. In such situation, it happens that a poor man will shelter and feed a rich man. The climate really does not care about your gender status. The climate does not pity anyone. Such conversations and interviews are very important, both for the eyewitnesses and for us. After such warm communication, one is overwhelmed with gratitude, joy, and wants to keep going together. People who are eyewitnesses receive very valuable information that right now millions of people are united to stand together in the period of climatic disasters to make the world a better place and for everyone to have a decent life. But more importantly, to make a person realize that he too can join in and take part, that he can act for a better future for himself and his family. It's as if at this point he goes from being a victim to being a person with an active social position, and it's always very inspiring for him. This is an opportunity to help other people. For example, after an interview with an eyewitness from Madagascar, she happily agreed to translate a post on the search for flood eyewitnesses in Malagasy. So we don't give up one person. We offer a deeper look into the project to watch the conference Global Crisis Time for the Truth, tell him in what directions he could participate. I don't remember a case where a person did not join in. On the contrary, they become active participants in the Creative Society. Thank you for your attention. And I would like to give the floor to Ricky Linet from Mexico, a person who participated in the interview as an eyewitness and also continues to be actively involved in the Creative Society project. And I would like to say that Ricky is very reluctant to speak in public or record or a video, but she was able to get over it, get out of her comfort zone, as it is important for her to reach out to each of us.
Hi, my name is Ricky Lynette, a volunteer for the Creative Society. First of all, I would like to say to anybody who's watching these videos, I would like to say go to the website, creativesociety.com, and read the informations, read the 8 foundations, and I can assure you, you will resonate with them as it did with me. Our climate is changing. It is not going to get better, and its favor is not in humanity. With my experience with earthquakes here in Mexico, they're escalating. They're getting worse. And now I just wait for the next one to hit. Will it be worse? Will it be mild? I don't know. But as people in a creative society, we don't want to wait to find out. We want to start now and save as many people as we can. So I'm asking you, I'm imploring you, please, go and watch the December 4th conference that happened in December 4th of 2021. And see for yourself, all the scientists that came out, all the information that came out, the cyclicity clock, everything that Igor Mikhailovich Danilov spoke of, and all the members and all the volunteers who helped to create that conference and listen to the information. Don't judge it right away. These judgmental statements and all this about something you haven't even seen yet is just ridiculous, and it doesn't even get outweighed by the good of it. So I would implore you to go and watch this. And there's another conference coming up in May. It'll be posted on the website. But I implore you, please go and read it. If it resonates with you, then so be it. Please sign up. You don't have to do any volunteer work. Just signing up and joining, showing support for the Creative Society is the best thing. And if you feel like you want to do anything, if you feel like you want to help, like I did, when I joined, I started sharing videos and information, and then I allowed my thoughts to get in the way. And then I finally made the decision, it's time to do something. So I'm now a part of the, I'm officially a volunteer, have been for some time now. And there's many areas that you can help in. So whatever fits you best is where you can go. It's your choice, it's your decision. So I wish you all well, I wish you all love, and I wish you all a very prosperous life on a beautiful planet where everything is being creative. That's Ricky Lynette signing out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. Indeed, everyone is facing a choice right now, and a lot depends on the choice of each of us. If you decided to join in the preparation for the forum after Ricky's inspiring words, there really are many directions, small and large tasks, and by choosing what you like best, you are able to contribute to our common deed. And now I'm happy to give the floor to Pancho Ramirez, a lifeguard from the Philippines, who will share with us his understanding of the importance of the climate change awareness.
Good day, everyone. I am Pancho Ramirez Jr. I'm from Cebu, Philippines. I am a rescue head of our barangay or our community rescue group called the Responders. And at the same time, I'm also a security and safety manager of Savoy Hotel in Lapu-Lapu City. I would like to greet all the members of the Creative Society. Thank you so much for awareing people, educating people around the world regarding climate change. And the world really needs a lot of people like you. I hope your tribe will increase, and especially for those leaders right now of the Creative Society who's doing everything they can just to reach out people from different races, from different countries, from different colors. Thank you so much. We need people like you to aware and educate people about what's happening around the world, because Mother Earth is now trying to tell us that we must do something to save Mother Earth. We should help each other. And I wish you all the best, and God bless everyone.
Right now, we live in such a time that we can become eyewitnesses not only to natural disasters, but also eyewitnesses to the end of human existence if we continue in action. And the first thing people have talk about who have been caught in the epicenter of climate events is the need and necessity for timely information that right now, unfortunately, we're lacking. This is the key task, informing and saving lives of every person, because indeed there can be nothing more precious than the life of people. And our goal is consolidating and putting all our efforts in creating a society in which it is possible. And we're moving on to the next block.
All of us, people, are in the same boat. We're floating down the river, and excuse me, there is a waterfall ahead. And in order for us not to fall off this waterfall, We must all unite and row in the opposite direction. We can't stay afloat. We can survive, but only if we all row together. Really, all together, not passing our oars to others, because this is our life, and we must fight for it. And our children's future depends on how well we row. It's for their sake. If you don't want to row for your own sake, then let's row for the sake of your near and dear ones, for the sake of your friends and loved ones. But we have to row together in the same direction. Then we will have a chance.
Living in one or another region, we only see what's happening with the climate outside our window. Partly, we are interested in this topic, the information we get from the internet or news portals. But this information is fragmentary and often does not show the complete picture of climatic disaster around the planet. The aim of the project is a statistic climate monitoring to bring the people the truth, to show the full scale of what is happening. And for this, we need to gather scattered information together. And a big friendly team is working on it.
Добрый день, друзья. Действительно, команда мониторинга большая и дружная.
Indeed, the monitoring team is big and friendly, and it includes the guys who daily scrupulously collect information from all possible sources about what cataclysms have happened around the world, and those who search the internet for footage and eyewitness videos, those who create videos based on the collected information. And all this is done with one goal, to show people the truth, the real situation. Today, quite a lot of space talks about the cataclysms occurring, but from different angles. Somewhere the information is distorted, somewhere it is concealed in order not to spread panic, and somewhere, on the contrary, it's exaggerated in order to get ratings. But you know, friends, nothing good can come from such distortion of information. It is important to tell the truth, because only by looking at the problem soberly, without illusions, we can find a solution. The uniqueness of the climate projects, which come out on the channel Creative Society, and monitoring in particular, is precisely in the fact that we do not distort the truth, but we talk about it openly, and we offer a way out for the entire humanity, that is the Creative Society. But now, unfortunately, people's attention is redirected to the fear of climate change, lies about anthropogenic CO2, and thousands of other reasons. But just think what would happen if all this scattered attention would be directed into one goal. If we combine all scientific and all the human potential, we would solve it very quickly. And when I really understood this for myself, all my fears about the growing climate cataclysms went away. And an irrepressible desire to act and to talk about it to all people appeared, because when a person understands a way out of even a very difficult situation, he can move mountains to reach the goal. And together we can do anything. And immense gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for the fact that we know this direction and for the help on our way. And I suggest to watch an excerpt from the video with his participation.
Let us turn our attention a little bit and invest it, not in the things that take our lives, but in what gives our lives. That's the point. Again, if we take that very creative society, some people say it's impossible. You know, if we approach, well, let's go back to XPNRG again. All three developments are considered to be impossible, but they already exist. They are waiting for their time to really help people, right?
And if we gather all smart people, properly approach it, and start using the resources of our consciousness in the right way, it is not consciousness that will control us, but we will control it. Won't we? Find a solution to protect our planet. Yet, these are, pardon me, merely cycles. It is merely energy. Yes, the cycles are destructive, but guys, it is energy. We can accumulate and redirect it. We can direct that which destroys us to creation. Isn't that right? After all, it is power. It doesn't matter what kind of power it is. It is uncontrollable. Therefore, it is chaotic. Chaotic, uncontrolled energy can destroy. But if we use this energy, we can create instead of destroying. Isn't that so?
Hello, dear friends. What does monitoring climate change on a daily basis mean to me? I am participating in the project not to spread the panic or fear. Neither I am a scientist or expert for that, but I simply don't want to pretend that doesn't concern me anymore. People don't have true and real information about events around the world. A lot of things are kept secret. And that is guides me in this section because while it's all scary, it's important to inform people. They know there is a solution. We see people suffering from climate change disaster every day, and they say they were lucky to survive. Eyewitnesses say so. And that can happen anywhere in the world. A year ago, creation was hit by a series of strong earthquakes in area of Banya, and there was dead and severely injured people. We are not talking about material damage. While this ruling party was debating whether or not to declare natural disaster, people organized themselves, sent aid from various parties from Croatia and surrounding country, and voluntarily went to field to help endangered. We see that human solidarity is always crucial, and I can now criticize the action of the politics, but I will not. All true, we are all angry for their inaction, and yet there are people too. People have a power to unite in our common potential to stop following this path of this consumer way of life that lead us here and now. When I first heard about creative society, I feel relief and joy. What can I do to expand this realization that we finally have a way out of this rut or this mud, and that is a really way we can live in this world as people in peace, in dignity, helping each other. And I moved. I could do, and this one of those things, active participation. My children, our children deserve to live in better world, a fair world where the same values and opportunities rule for all. I appreciate all participants in their effort, work, and time, and I believe in us. I believe in creative society. Thank you.
Greetings, my name is Olga and I'm 67 years old. A new day has come and it is time for climate monitoring in Africa, volcanoes, cyclones, It has been a little over 2 months since I joined the information gathering group. With each new article, video or new message comes the realization that no one is immune from these elements. Recently, I read the press that one billionaire has an annual income of $300 billion, while it takes 87 million to solve the problem of hunger in Madagascar, according to the United Nations. At this moment, you understand very clearly what the consumerist format of society is, and that is money needed can only briefly solve the immediate problems of the affected people as the disaster intensify every day and bring more and more significant destruction. At this moment comes and intensifies the understanding that our common enemy is climate, and we really need to fight it. Sending the best minds of scientists to understand the cause of global climate change, politicians and lawyers, finances, government of all countries, and in order to find common solution to save humanity together. During the day, we often remember the knowledge that Igor Mikhailovich passed on to us, and it helps to continue monitoring the elements and to know that there is a way out for humanity. This exit is the building of creative society. Thank you, friends. The next speaker.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Hello, friends.
Хочу в двух словах рассказать о мониторинге.
I would like briefly tell you about monitoring.
А также интересный опыт знакомства.
As well as an interesting experience.
Меня слышно?
Can you hear me?
Вас слышно, продолжайте.
Yes, we hear you.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Greetings, friends. I would like to speak briefly about monitoring, as well as an interesting experience of meeting and further connecting a person from another country to our general process.
Monitoring
is a team interaction, and our team is very friendly and big, which is constantly growing. We are always learning something new things. It's a constant process of learning, and therefore understanding the seriousness of growing cataclysms and the importance of conveying this information to other people, as well as the need to inform people about the only chance for our survival is the building of the creative society, pushes me to constant communication with new people to implement this project. And through my personal Facebook page, I met a very good woman from Brazil. It was for me a very unusual experience, but it was a very important one. And I did not usually add foreign people to my friends list because of the language barrier, but I noted that Anna Maria, who sent me a request, she lives in a South American country, and I am a member of the group for monitoring the disasters in South America, and I added her, and I wrote to her. I got the idea to find out more information about her attitude to current climate events, and further correspondence through.
And
in our communication, we communicated through online translator. I understood our resonance. Through online translator, I understood it, and I began to be sure that the difference in language is no longer a barrier in our interaction and communication. After a few days of active correspondence, I decided to tell Anna Maria about what we are doing and invite her to join participation in monitoring of disasters and in preparation for the international online forum Global Crisis, Where People We Want to Live, which is scheduled for May 7, 2022. And she gladly responded to our proposal, as she also felt the importance of these actions. And then we agreed on a small call with her and other guys to introduce her to what we are doing. And for more accurate translation, we asked Anatoly, who knows Portuguese very well, and I'm very happy that he responded to our request. And in the result, by such a pleasant coincidence, Anna Maria appeared in our team, and she is one of the active participants in the search for up-to-date information for the forum. And this experience showed me that there are no borders and barriers between people. No matter where people live and what languages they speak, it is important not to look for differences, but look for common points to unite on the humanity basis, because we are all people and we all want to live. Thank you very much.
Янис, передаем вам слово.
Yanis, we give the word to you. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yanis, and I want to share with you on how I got involved in climate monitoring. I learned about climate monitoring from the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. And since I have always been interested in this topic of climate, I decided to get involved and help. I got in touch with the team and found out what and how the guys are doing, so what painstaking work the team is doing. And it turned out that sometimes the information is collected literally in bits and pieces, and in general no one the world level officially conducts such general climate monitoring, and those videos, reviews of climate monitoring that we watched in the conference and on the breaking news, and turned out that not many people were working on it. But I was even more fired up, inspired about wanting to help to make the process somehow easier. Like the guy said, every new participant who joins in, he or she brings a lot to the table. Like he or she is free from project settings and how we can look to the work process and with fresh eyes and see how they make the process even more efficient. And since the team was fully engaged in daily monitoring, they physically didn't have the time to systematize monitoring resources. So I got the idea to help the team with that. I began to work on finding and systematizing the weather services of all countries by continent. I made a Google table, divided by continents, entered all the countries, and started looking for weather services and put them in the table. The task was, frankly, not easy, but I got such a research excitement, and literally in a week got the task done. And I could not even think how much this table would help the team. It's not even about these meteorologists I collected, or the services, but just the systematization itself. The guys have already restructured the entire monitoring process on the basis of this table, made it even more efficient. Previously, monitoring was divided by climatic events. So some monitored earthquakes, someone hurricane, someone fire, and so on. And everyone had to dig through a lot of internet resources to find these events. But based on this table that I made, the monitoring was divided not by events, but by continents and regions. Now one group is monitoring a particular region and all climatic cataclysms that are happening in this region, and as practice shows, this approach proving to be much more efficient, and I am very glad I could help with that. And I would like to tell all those who are not yet involved in projects to be not afraid or shamed. After all, many people, sometimes people have thoughts and, ouch, there are already a lot of people who do everything, they already know everything there, they don't need me there, and so on. I bet these thoughts you have occurred to everyone. But it's not true. You're very much needed, and each new member makes a huge contribution to the common cause. There is no need to be shy and afraid to take the initiative, because it is our initiative that drives our common cause, our projects, and brings us closer to the creative society. Thank you for your attention, and I pass the word further.
Thanks to the guys for your selfless work, for careful monitoring and analysis of climate events. This is everyday monitoring and analysis the climate events. Honesty and telling people the truth is so important right now.
Для того, чтобы выйти из климатического кризиса, необходим научный, междисциплинарный.
In order to get out of the climate crisis, a scientific
специалистов берут интервью у климатологов, геологов.
Interdisciplinary approach is needed. Therefore, the participants of the expert opinion project interview climate scientists, geologists, volcanologists, and other experts to get their professional opinion on what is happening to the climate. Thanks to this project, we get to know many scientists to prove that the human factor is not a cause of climate change. We give the floor an active participant in the project, Елизавета Хромова.
Yes, indeed, one of the most important areas of climate projects is communication with scientists and interviewing with them. This is the expert opinion project, which is now linked to the preparation of the International Forum Global Crisis. We are people, we want to live. And why this direction is so important? Now, in the consumerist format of society, the fake theory of anthropogenic climate change is being actively popularized. Billions of dollars, grants, and Nobel Prizes are being allocated to pseudoscientists. There is simply a trade of authorities when the opinion of eminent scientists is bought and lies are announced with their voices. And honest scientists who study the nature of climate change are persecuted by the scientific community, and their articles are not being published, and we as society are unaware of the threats that hang over humanity, because we are waiting for the scientists to warn us. Therefore, it is so important to highlight the voices of honest researchers, to support, the research of honest scientists, and to unite honest scientists from all over the world. And in the creative society, in the transition process, it is these people, humans with the capital H, who will be able to fully understand the true causes of climate change and understand how to resist the cyclicity. And for this direction of science, unlimited funding for research, equipment, and laboratories should be provided. All necessary things. And honest scientists who are united by one common goal, by combining the scientific and technical potential of mankind, will be able to do everything. And we are already now supporting such people, and we're doing everything to build a creative society in which the conditions will be done for the development of real science. And they build these bridges with scientists, people regardless of education and specialty, stepping over over embarrassment and doubts, they call scientists all around the world and ask questions that reveal the truth about climate change. And I would like to gladly pass the floor to our active participants, Anastasia Pashigreva. Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you so much, Franz. And it is a great joy to be here today with you. And you are indeed very right. And to build these bridges with the scientists, it is necessary. And as we know, the creative society will start when the scientists will gather all together around in one table and discuss what is happening all over the world on our planet. And it is happening right now. We see clearly how scientists are open to a dialogue, and me as a part of our team of contacting the scientists, and my main task is to write letters to scientists and invite them to the interviews. And it is so inspiring how many scientists respond and how they understand the importance of what we are doing right now. And this interaction, it starts with simple steps, because we all know that we live in the consumer format of society, and step by step, by building this relationship, people understand the whole scale of all the actions that we all are doing together. And for me, our team is the team of professionals, team of people who were able to devote their free time into studying the science in such a level that we ask the questions that the scientists do not expect to be asked, and we ask the questions that are worth of the questions of true professionals. And moreover, every person for me is the example of a true human being. This devotion, this humane attitude that we have in our group, I always observe, learn, and for me it is a big honor to be shoulder to shoulder to such people. And as an example, truly, as Yelizaveta said, sometimes it is very hard and complicated to write to some eminent person, to step over yourself and to give him a call. But there were some moments when there's one of the scientists that supports us, he is one of the key figures in one respected institute, and after writing a letter to him, there was a phone number of his, and I decided to give him a call, and I just made a decision to give him a call, and then we had an interview with him almost the next day, and then he connected us with other key scientists with whom we work already now. And this is not just the work in recording the interviews, it's that the scientists are ready to share their research, their data, so that we would analyze them. They are ready to consult us, and all this, we truly, I think we are really great. What we're doing is a great thing, because we are standing for the people who started it. And this is a huge amount of knowledge in this 1,000-year cycle about everything, all the changes that are happening. We basically get the information from the programs with participation of Igor Mikhailovich, but each grains, each seeds of knowledge that our team pulls together, they give us a big database that can be used. And right now you can understand that this is a huge machine, huge system, and more people get connected. And truly, I think that we will be able to connect all scientists, to have this common dialogue, to find the true causes of climate change. And I believe that this dialogue is already starting right now, and I'm glad that our team is participating, and thank you so much, friends.
Olga, пожалуйста.
Olga, you're welcome. Why did I join the direction Search for Scientists? I will tell you a short backstory. On the 4th of December 2021, there was a very important event, International Online Conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. And after this conference, I understood that to save the planet from the impending cataclysms, we can only when we unite, and unite specialists. That is why when I first heard that such direction exists, I immediately joined it. And today, I have no doubts that the climate is changing, because in the region where I am living, there was no winter. The temperature sometimes changed by 15-20 degrees in one day, and it is very strange when you go out in the morning, it's -5, and in 2 hours it's +10. And I understand that in some regions the changes are even bigger, and every day it costs just somebody's lives. And I just can't do nothing. And that is why I joined the team of people who are looking for scientists. And now, my friends and I are looking for scientists. We write letters, we have calls. And it's a very interesting process, because at this time, while you're writing to scientists, you learn a lot of things by yourself. I'm not an astrophysicist by education, but thanks to the fact that we are studying what scientists do, we study their works. Thanks to it, we learn very many interesting things. Then we share this information, we communicate, and that is really wonderful when there is such a beautiful team. It's wonderful when scientists answer to us, to our friends, and you know that is how the creative society begins, when we are together doing one big and important task. That is why, friends, join in. It is really very interesting, even if you are not a specialist in this sphere, even if you think you will not manage it. It's not true. I'm not a specialist in particular, and I have nothing to do with science. It always seemed to me that I'm more like a writer, a creative person. But it is so interesting, it's so capturing that you understand now, you can't stop now. And when you see the result, when scientists come, when there is such a great interaction, it's very cool. And I'm sure we will manage to do it and everything will be fine. Thank you very much.
Надежда, пожалуйста.
Nadezhda, please, the floor is yours. Hello, dear friends. My name is Nadezhda, and I participate in a search for scientists in the study of galactic interaction, the effect of radiation on climate change. And I'm very happy to be a part of this huge, close-knit team where there is mutual assistance, where the contribution of everyone is important, because every step taken brings us closer to the common goal, building the creative society. And why am I doing this? Because I do care. I'm not indifferent whether in the near future my life and the life of my child, the life of each of us will be whether we will have home and our planet in general. And science is a part of the society and is obliged to serve the interests of society. And it is time to voice the truth. And the scientists that are united by one goal, they are serving the lives of all people. And we are forming the request for unification, for saving our lives. And sometimes it happens that I hear the thoughts that you won't be be able to succeed. And at these moments, I sit down and I understand and realize that people are dying because they were not warned, because nobody came to save them. And the consumer format of society is not interested in saving people's lives. And the hardest thing was to make the first step, just to press the buttons and start acting. And then it became easier. And even when you're sitting down late at night, you feel exhausted, but then you feel this spark of power, and you have the feeling that your day was not gone, for nothing, and you feel your contribution. And I'm really grateful to everyone who I come in contact in the project and to everyone who joins it. And thank you so much for our common cause.
Спасибо, Надежда, и передаем слово Антонине.
Thank you, Nadezhda, and we give the floor to Antonina.
Я очень рада сегодня быть с вами, со всеми, в нашей большой такой семье.
I'm very happy to be here today in such a big family, people who deal with climate and not only climate, also to help other people to interconnection in different directions from the point of view of climate and, of course, the building of the creative society. For me, it is to create such an opportunity for scientists so that they can express their point of view, to share what investigations they are doing, what they can tell what conclusions they come to, and to share it with the public. And for now, and during the existence of this project, we got acquainted with many scientists. Probably I will surprise you, but in our world, there are 8 million scientists. Can you imagine how many people they are? And these people deal with science in different directions. And of course, when we have interviews with them, there can be absolutely different directions and different questions. And of course, during the preparation, we try to find such questions so that they could express and tell more about their direction in science. And that we could, not only we could understand and know this, but share it with the whole world. And during the existence of this project, many people joined this project. In the beginning, there were not many, but now we really have a great, huge team which works in different directions. And these topics are monitoring volcano eruptions and investigations of the space, and some exogenous factors, and all these are interconnected and influence on the climate. And the climate is such a serious system that we cannot just tear out of it and study only this little piece. It doesn't work like this. Climate is an open system which interacts with other systems, and a system approach is necessary so that many specialists take part in it. And I will agree with people who talked before that we paid attention to the fact that science nowadays is separated. And now we have such a task, such an aim, as to build such a platform where people can talk with each other and scientists can communicate, exchange opinions, regardless of their place of living, whether they have a language or not. And many people help us, translators help, and people from the technical team, streamers, and it's just immense work of a huge team of all volunteers who are building the creative society. And the most important thing is that as guys before me were talking about, that nowadays we do not have the times of Copernic, and it means that none should be oppressed or punished for the expressing of their opinion. But in the 21st century, we see completely different things. And to express truth, some really deeds are being done, and this happens not because people want it, but to some extent it depends that we have such conditions of consumerism. For 6,000 people, years, people have been living in such conditions, and that is why scientists are not allowed to express their opinion. But now we have the time for the truth, and at our conference, scientists tell the truth and what conclusions they have come to. And they say that CO2 anthropogenic factor is not the main factor influencing the climate change. I will give such an interesting fact while preparing for the summer conference on the 24th of July. And just before the conference, we got acquainted with one scientist from Israel. And when we started this interview, we had some special questions which we have prepared before. And we looked through this topic, and this topic was very interesting: galaxies and the influence of the climate. Actually, the influence of galactic interactions on the climate change. It's such a broad topic. And we prepared questions. It was very hard for us to read his works because it was very difficult to read them, but understanding that other scientists refer to him, we agreed to have this interview. Firstly, they were just prepared questions, and after that we had just questions like little children. And what if this happened, if that galaxy behaves like this, how they interact? And he answers that the interconnection is through the center, and so on. And it seemed to us that these questions are very difficult, but he explained them to us very simply. He explained how he sees it and how he investigates it. It was very interesting. And he had such a sincere feeling that he was asked about it. He was so inspired. Our interview lasted for more than 3 hours. We, like little children, asked him everything, as if someone is telling us some cosmic fairy tale and we cannot stop. And then more and more information opens to us about the influence from the space, from the videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. The more we go into these topics and compare them with other processes which are happening on our planet, and we go deeper and deeper, and we found very interesting works and connected with scientists. And another example of scientist, Lear Shamir, he is just amazing, and it's just wonderful when a person that a person with his team, he sees what is happening in the universe. It's just amazing. It's just incredible. And how he sees it, what is happening. When he says that galaxies are like just one single organism, that they influence each other, as if there is one center of controlling them. And it seems we have this understanding that everything is interconnected, and it all impacts the climate, because as scientists say, explain it, that there is a climate. Igor Mikhailovich also mentioned that climate is everywhere, in galaxies, in the universe, and everything is fractally repeats itself on our planet too. like our little planet, which is in this Milky Way, and so many factors influence on it, and people study it, and they study it in a just a real sincere interest. And when we interact together with them, we are like participants of one great process of cognizing the world, cognizing the science, that we just forget that we do not have special education, or that we have never dealt with the climate. And I also would like to say that when we work as a team to understand the climatic processes, it is important to understand, to know physics. But not all of us have the high level of physics, but thanks to the primordial physics, ALLATRA, we understood a lot of things, and the future is for this physics. And all these unclear moments, they are all explained by primordial physics of ALLATRA. And from the explanations of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, and plus all the work of people who participate in all climate works. It's really hard to explain. It's just something, a huge organism which works together for the whole society, and it's just great, wonderful and interesting. And I would also like to invite all the friends to join in, because there are very many different directions: searching for the information, writing questions for the interviews, editing, shooting, streams. There are many processes where people without any special preparation can participate. Yes, sometimes it is necessary to go deeper into the topic, but anyway, it can be studied. And it's immense gratitude to the team with which I'm working with, because it's very inspiring what you are doing, and with that, and this preparation for the forum where people will want to live. It's just in progress now, and people are opening themselves in their inner understanding, in their inner striving, in their inner wish to help people around, and uniting society in the creative way. Thank you very much.
Let us track what is going on. After all, during every cycle, there's always an accumulation of carbon dioxide, methane, and everything else. It's like the result of warming and everything else. If we track from the beginning of warming, it's about 10 or 11 months. CO2 level begins to increase, regardless of whether there were people or not. That's the reaction of our planet. Afterwards, when warming subsides, CO2 level recedes to normal, and it all comes to an average amount. When cycles occur, CO2 rises even higher. That's clear. And now a question. Let's just think about it as intelligent people, capable of some kind of reflection. Why does this happen? And let's look at what is happening to our atmosphere. And why are trees, excuse me, instead of absorbing CO2, begin to emit much more of it? Why? What is going on with the trees? Do they mutate so fast, or what? Not just in some particular place, but almost everywhere. As soon as the temperature rises, mutations begin.
Yes.
Yet, what is actually taking place? And we look, where does this CO2 go? Into the atmosphere. Where's the main reaction taking place? In the upper layers of the atmosphere. What happens? The lower layers drastically heat up, while the upper layers drastically cool down. Okay, such cooling and heating is formed. What does that lead to? Densification, right? Okay, what does densification of the atmosphere mean? If we look at those heights, the atmosphere is rarefied. That is, molecules. The molecules of gases, air, water, everything are at a great distance from each other. And when this kind of densification occurs, they begin to compress. What do they compress for? What's the point? And why does this always coincide with the solar minimum? Why is the solar minimum formed? What restrains it? The solar minimum reduces the activity of the sun.
The electromagnetic field of the sun itself weakens, and the sun produces less radiation, which means that somewhere in remote areas, after all, it protects us with both its electromagnetic field and its radiation from something that comes from the outside, right? It means that more of something starts coming from the outside, and this more of something has to pass through our atmosphere to our planet and cause something. So warming takes place. And as soon as our planet feels that more of something begins to enter it than is necessary, what does it begin to do? Protect itself. That is, the immune system is triggered. So, as a result of this immunity reaction, the ocean starts to emit more carbon dioxide. Trees start to emit more carbon dioxide. There's an accumulation of it. And such a paradox occurs, which we observe today in our atmosphere. It is very similar to the skin immunity of our bodies.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Elvira. I also take part in the work of the team at the stage of collecting and structuring information about scientists. The guys find articles and documents about anomalous changes on the sun, planets of the solar system, some unusual phenomena in space and in the galaxy. We are interested in those that directly or indirectly point to the climate change under the influence of cosmic radiation. I would also like to add that, working with information, we ourselves understand the problem of climate change more deeply, the seriousness of the situation, and we realize the need to move from a consumerist format to the creative one. I choose to participate in this project because I like topics related to space in particular. Why is climate such an urgent topic? Why is there an urgent need to replace consumerism with a creation? As of today, we see the state of science. Real scientists are suffocated within a consumerist format. Bans, censorship, insufficient and selective funding. Modern scientists lack equipment that captures the full spectrum of cosmic radiation. And consequently, not all people understand how dangerous it is. Most of them are not even aware of the existence of this threat from space. It is precisely our job to alert all people about climate changes. That's why it is so important that now the representatives of official science start to unite and bring the true information about climate change and cyclicity to attract more active people to the Creative Society project, including scientists, so that we all, as humanity, as one big family, can find a way out of this situation and will be able to survive. And I would also like to thank all guys and Igor Mikhailovich for the knowledge brought to the world. Thank you, friends.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Меня зовут Наталья.
Greetings, dear friends. My name is Natalia. I also participate in the direction specialists, and I would like to tell you why it motivates me. In the frames of the project, people connect with specialists of different scientists, and the main message that we bring and have is to make friends with the scientists that we interact with. We take interviews with them in the sphere that this scientist researches. And this is the very quickest way to bring this information to the public. And the video can be seen by more and more people, and it will be spread in pieces in social nets, and it will be a quick spreading of information about real processes that are happening nowadays and what is being studied nowadays and what researches exist. And moreover, there is a simple communication that takes place. We exchange information. We share what researches we found. We exchange data, consult. We ask many questions, get many answers. Many scientists start to think about our questions, and all this pushes us to further investigation and thinking. And scientists introduce us to other scientists and other works, and that can help to have a deep understanding about climate change. We introduce scientists to those tools that we have already acquainted with. And nowadays we see in sciences in all spheres in the consumerist format like separation and different attributes of the consumer format, consumer society. And this warm conversation is kind of a bridge for this new interconnection, which opens new perspectives and ways. Many times scientists share this experience that some steps were made not in a good direction for people, and they also would like to change it. In the process of interconnection, we also speak about such topics. About topics when people's lives are not taken into consideration, when true scientists are not financed, are not given funds, and the only solution for this is the creative society. And we all know this, and this information is being spread almost through scientists. And we also see the results of interconnection with scientists as these ideas were expressed during the conferences. They start to give some fruit, and people start to understand that climate disasters have cyclic nature, and more people start to speak about it, and researchers start to talk about it, write articles, have seminars, and it's actually not a big movement nowadays, but it is a beginning of the process. And they start to take really seriously all these ideas and this information and this topic. And the special platform for interconnection of scientists is being formed, and we invite scientists to join the process, also students, postgraduate students, different specialists. This project is open and anyone can participate in it. We also invite people to participate in the project of looking for specialists, and it is very interesting. There's really lively communication, and you see precise results. And I would also like to say that real scientists need support. Those scientists who are interested in the topics that we are discussing, and they are also investigating the real reasons of climate change. And opinions of people matter. And many of the scientists go to social nets and publish their parts of their works online, and we also can support them, ask questions, and express sincere interest, because it is important if people support them or not, what people think about that. And it's important to write the real situation, to ask about their forecasts, how to introduce the information into practice. That is our request to scientists, and of course they start to listen to it. That is our common step and responsibility of each person. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, friends. And I would like to join the words of previous speakers.
who was saying about the importance of communication with scientists, and this is exactly what prompted me for action. And I would like to share how our friendly team of preparation interviews interacts. I joined the team before the previous conferences, and I was amazed how how it works in teamwork, because before each interview we have a call where we together find information about the scientists. We together make questions, and it's not done by one person or only those who will be the hosts. And after the conference, since we made a lot of interviews, many interviews with scientists, specialists, researchers, after the conference arises a need to publish full version of these interviews. And I volunteered myself to help with that, because after the conference came such an understanding of how important it is when we constantly talk about unification of scientific potential. I understood that this is exactly what is already happening right now, that on the platform of Creative Society, we already unite this scientific potential and how important it is. And after the conference, there was a great inspiration for action. It seems that everything is possible, and we will definitely build a creative society. And I would like to say that there are many ways to participate, and many teams who help with that. For example, after interview is being done, we together have a call and we watch this interview, and together we decide what is gonna be in the final version of the interview. We cut it by meaning together. And the same happens on every level. Together we find footages. Together we watch videos before it's being published. We check all the technical details, and many people involved in this process. So every step is being done together, and it's not only on the shoulders of the person who edits it. And this is an example of friendly interaction. And during shooting interviews, we learn very important information from scientists in the process. Sometimes we don't have full picture, and the scientist gives us exactly some missing puzzle. Or sometimes scientist gives us new direction to investigate. And during the process of interview, we learn many interesting information. And when we publish full interview, also those teams who help with searching the scientific information during preparation for conference or forum, these teams also watch the interview and find for themselves many important information. And of course, we understand that these full interviews that are being published with scientists and researchers play great role for whole humanity and for all people all over the world, because scientists share truthful information about the natural cause of climate change, that it's not anthropogenic factor. And many scientists understand the real situation and share the truth openly. Also, I wanted to share what prompted me for action in the climate direction initially. I'm communicating with many people in social networks, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and when we publish climate videos, people ask us many questions. They want to clarify something, or they don't understand fully something. And I understood that sometimes I'm not able myself to provide full answer. And at that point, I understood that I need to research more in order to answer people and provide an answer. And this was a huge motivation for me to start participating in the climate projects. And I gotta say that it is really interesting when you participate in such scientific directions. You learn constantly something new all the time. You are in a constant process of self-development, and this is always something new. That's why it is so interesting. And of course, the importance, the understanding of the importance, it motivates you to act every day. That's why we encourage everyone to join. As Antonina was saying before, there are many ways to help, even though you don't have scientific knowledge or you don't know the different languages. We publish interviews with scientists and take interviews in different languages, including English, even Norwegian, and those people who participate, they learn in the process. And also I wanted to say huge thanks to the entire team. It is such an honor to work with you guys together in the projects, and this is really joyful and enjoying. Thank you so much for everything that you do.
Спасибо большое вам, уважаемые спикеры, за такой позитивный опыт взаимодействия в команде.
Thank you so much, dear speakers, for such a positive experience of interaction in the team, because we understand that there are no obstacles. And this is a unique platform, Creative Society, that provides an opportunity to unite scientists and share their experience and act together. And they can truthfully and openly talk about what is happening on our planet and together search for solutions for entire humanity, because we can survive only united by the whole humanity and by building the Creative Society together.
And what is the Creative Society? The Creative Society is, first of all, when everything belongs to humanity, energy is equally distributed among people. This is very important. It doesn't mean that someone out there cannot be richer. They can. There is a basic income which is distributed. People are steadily supported, and all the best is for people. There is no point in designing new cars every year, but there is a point in designing cars that will serve for 10 or 20 years. Well, I'm just giving an example. And there's no need to repair them every 2 weeks or something else. That's the difference. It's very simple. This is the economy. Moreover, all energy belongs to people. In other words, there is no such concept as, of course, at first stage there will be money as well, there will be everything, but this is inevitable in the transitional model. Yet distribution is already different. There won't be such a concept as, for instance, we need to do something urgently. We have climate change, we need to collect our entire intellectual potential and direct it to one action. In the consumerist format, we will not do that, while in the creative format, this is very easy and simple. And having united all people, I mean scientists, those who have something to do with that. This doesn't mean everyone should deal with it. Well, I believe our friends have understood me. So all these scientists, our entire brain, so to say, will work in this direction. And there won't be any lack of a resource. Why? Because everything is ours. And we understand that in order to survive, we need what? We need to invest everything we have in one goal, survival. After all, we are people, and we want to live. This is true.
Очень важно увидеть процесс нарастания
It's very important to see the process of increasing cataclysms, to know about their cyclicity and how we can come out of the climate crisis. And we can do it due to the informing project, Geocenter, and further their experience of interaction participants of this project will share.
Здравствуйте, друзья. Меня зовут Светлана,
Greetings,
и я
friends.
хочу рассказать вам о
My name is Svetlana, and I want to tell you about our team,
проекта Геоцентр,
the project Geocenter.
какие климатические катастрофы
Thanks to we, the people, can observe what kind of climatic disaster happening on the Earth and to know about the consequences and about how to exit that and building the greatest society. We search for information about the natural disaster occurring around the world and various news platforms in different languages. We collect the data we receive into cataclysmic summaries for a certain period of time. It let us see the whole picture of what's happening, trace the regularities, see the cataclysm synchronization, increase their number of and the destructive consequences. We no longer have any doubt that climate change is a cyclical process that is happening right now in front of our eyes. Time is as precious as human life. Each member of Geocenter project understands that inaction is fatal for humanity. After all, the sooner we build a creative society, the sooner we can fight back against the cataclysms. That's why we join the project in every free minute, wherever we are, at home, on the way to work, on our lunch break. Even when we are on social networks, we also inform people about what is happening on our planet, and most importantly, about the creative society in which will be no crisis. In Geocenter, each and single one is important. The most valuable because we provide only proven the information. We write sincerely from the heart and ourselves are inspired, even more active. Teamwork is only allow us to efficiently find and process information, but also help us to feel the power of unity and understand how great the power of unification. When we talk about the climate project, we are not just referring to Geocenter, we are talking about all the projects we was talking about today. After all, they are closely interlinked and mutually reinforcing. This most global climate project for humanity helps us come together and shows the importance of teamwork. Together we can do anything. We understand that no country can handle cataclysms alone. We all are interconnected, and if something happens somewhere, it affects the entire civilization. After all, the climate knows no borders. That means we can resist it only if we join together. It is very easy. It is very easy to join the friendly team of Geocenter as well as any climate project by writing to climate@creativesociety.com. We're waiting for you guys.
Today, it is very important to receive real-time information about natural disasters. You can learn the truth about the climate and natural disasters from around the world thanks to the Climate Crisis Telegram channel. The participants of this project publish the most actual information about abnormal climatic phenomena in the world. Subscribe to the Climate Crisis Telegram channel and join the project.
Телеграм-канал «Климатический кризис».
Telegram channel Climate Crisis differs from other channels that it doesn't just post news, but it posts the most anomalous and the most, so to say, abnormal phenomena in climate that have never happened during even 12,000-year period. And our team makes news posts as well as writes scientific and popular articles and giving in presenting the readers just the concise script and the concise news about the climate crisis today. Our team is not that big, just a few of us, so there are there is an editor, right, and there is a team who just proof this article, and that is why with great gratitude addressed to those guys who have joined us in order to publish posts and to prove them, and that is why thanks to the Telegram channel Climate Crisis, we managed to meet new journalists who just read our posts and who invite us on the just public meetings about the climate, the topic climate. That is why, dear viewers, we also invite you to join our team and to write posts or publish them or editing. And that is why, I would also like to mention that the comments just feel very warm and pleasant because we see that people are interested in this topic. And right now, I would like to give the floor to Ivan Izvershenko, who is a constant participant.
Дорогие друзья, всем привет! Очень
Hello,
рад
dear
быть
friends.
сегодня с вами.
I'm very happy to be here today with you. My name is Ivan,
Климатических
and
проектов.
I'm participant in
Один из
climate,
них это климатический
one
кризис.
climate crisis
Телеграм-канал.
on
Мы
the
с ребятами
Telegram
вместе
channel.
ведем.
We are
Также
doing
я помогаю ребятам с
together, and I'm
текстами
helping
на
also
Geocenter Info.
our friends on
Также мы берем огромное
geocenter.info,
количество интервью у
and we're taking
самых
many
известных
interviews
ученых во всем
on some of the
мире.
most
То есть
important
это
and
Япония,
well-known
Америка, Италия,
scientists in the
некоторые
world,
страны, с которыми мы
Japan,
не
Europe,
общались до
Asia. There
сегодняшнего
is no
дня.
country where we didn't make interviews.
Также
And
изредка помогаю
also,
ребятам на экстренных
I'm
новостях.
helping on breaking news, extreme
Два раза в
news,
неделю на
2 times per
ТикТоке.
week on TikTok.
Вместе с Тонечкой мы говорим.
Together
Ну
with
и
Tonya,
также
we're
помогаю
speaking
ребятам
about the
немножко
climate, and
отвечать
I'm
на
also
вопросы по
helping
мере того, как они
on
появляются
some
на
questions
ТикТоке и
to
так
have the
далее.
answers in
Практически
TikTок,
на всех
etc.
климатических
So
проектах, которые
practically
есть,
on all
по мере
climate
сил,
projects where
возможностей,
we
там,
can, as
умений
far
и
as I
знаний,
can,
где могу, там
according
и
to my
помогаю.
knowledge and time, I'm
Вот
helping.
это очень интересно,
So this is very
это
interesting,
очень познавательно, очень образовательно.
very
Вот.
informative
И
for myself.
если поначалу сознание говорит, что
And if my
это
consciousness is saying
не дает такого
that
эффекта, я не трачу так много
there
времени на
is
это,
no
или же
effect, don't waste your time
что
on
мы
this,
можем сделать, нас
what
не так
can we do?
много. Вы знаете,
We are
на
not
каждом
that
из
many.
проектов,
No, in any of the
когда
projects.
мы над чем-то работаем, ну, рабочая
When
группа
we're working
2-3
on
человека,
something,
которые
the
выполняют
working
конкретно
group is
какую-то
2-3 persons who
большую
are
задачу,
making
да, казалось бы, там,
some of
что
the
мы
work,
можем
some of the
сделать.
activities, and
Но
we're thinking,
я
what
хочу
can
вам
we do?
сказать, что
But I want to tell you one
когда
thing,
мы
that
прилагаем все
when
наши усилия вместе,
we are putting all our efforts
и
together,
выходят наши материалы,
and
то
at
мы
the
видим,
end
как
we
на
see the
это
materials which are done,
вынуждены реагировать
we
мировые
see
СМИ,
that
мировые
on this
имена.
the
Ученые
international
на
medias are
IPCC,
forced
кого
to
угодно,
react,
те же самые
BCC,
Грета Тунберг и
big
прочие
medias,
ребята. То
etc.,
есть
etc.
то, что мы делаем,
So
имеет
all that
огромное
we do
значение и
has
огромный эффект.
a
Хотя,
tremendous effect and
казалось бы,
impact.
каждый день по
Although
несколько минуток,
you think that
хотя
for
бы
a
по
few minutes
несколько
by
минуток уделяя,
day,
если есть возможность
when
больше,
you're
то больше.
devoting this
Вот.
time,
Но
and if you have more time, you devote
то,
more
что мы
time to the project.
делаем,
But
играет
what we
огромную
do
роль. Это уже
at the
заметно,
end
причем
has an important
раньше это
role, and this
занимало
is
больше
now
времени, вот что-то
visible.
мы сделаем и
When
отражается
you
это в
look,
СМИ. И сейчас это
this
происходит
is everywhere in
практически
the media,
мгновенно. Нас так
and this is
много,
happening now
и
instantly,
мы
because
даем так много правдивой
we are
информации,
so
и
many and
так ее
so
освещаем, что
many
они не
truthful
могут ее
information we are
игнорировать, и они
giving to the
обязаны
world
осветить
that
то, что мы
all
хотим
the medias
сказать.
in the
А
world,
мы
they are
хотим сказать
obliged
только
now
правду о том, что
to
происходит с нашей
say what we're
планетой,
saying. And we
об
want to say
изменениях
just the truth
климата, об
about
изменениях нашей
the
планеты, о тех
climate on the
угрозах, которые
planet
нас
and
ожидают и
all
так
the
далее.
dangers
Но
that we
не
encounter
будем
right now.
печальным.
But
Спасибо
let's
всем
be on the happy
большое.
note. Thank you very much to
Вместе
all of
нам
you. Together,
подвластно, в общем-то, все. То есть
together we can do
вместе мы
everything.
сила. Я думаю, что
Together
мы
we are a
своих целей
force,
добьемся. Созидательное общество мы
and
обязательно
we shall make
построим
it.
и
We will reach
решим
our
все
goal
наши
to
насущные
build a
проблемы.
creative society
Да,
and
еще
resolve
хотелось
all our
сказать, как это у нас
problems.
так получается. Вот
And
в разных
more I
проектах
want to
2-3
say
человечка. Вы знаете,
how we can do only 2-3
вот замечаю,
persons in
ну
each
просто
project.
цифры складываю в
But I'm
голове.
saying,
Вот казалось бы
I'm
2-3
seeing
человека в
that
одном проекте.
You see that just 2 or 3 persons in a project, some small film or somebody who are making the text or voicing over, dubbing the different videos. So you see, and you say where we are all. But when we make a big call and you see 1,500 people that have joined the call and you divide on 3, you can say there are 500 projects which are made every day. It's a huge volume of information and work that has been done every day. And imagine if we do this 8 hours on the big calls. This will be 15 or 150,000 people. And so all the media in the world will be obliged to reflect, to share this information and all that we're doing, etc. So that's all for me. Thank you to all of you. I was very happy to share this with you. See you later.
Hi, I'm Narne, and it's really great to be here with you guys and hear all these inspiring stories. As for myself, I want to say that within the project of Creative Side, many of the activities I'm also carrying out interviews with eyewitnesses and survivors of climate change and all the disasters. All the stories of the eyewitnesses, just give me the picture of the global global climate change that is happening, that it is happening not just in remote areas, but also it's happening right in front of my door. For example, recently we interviewed a lady from USA, Brenda, whose mom's and dad's house got hit by a huge tornado. And after that, they appeared one-on-one with the issues with the housing. They were left roofless, Up till now, people from other states come and help Brenda and her family to build a house. And all this, this gives me the understanding that, climate change is really real. It's getting worse and worse every day, and more people are the ones who are, already dealing with the worst part of consumer society, the format. They understand when we share also the idea of creative society and how important it is to build creative society, are dealing with the worst part of consumers' format of society. They understand the whole importance, the urgency of building creative society. And the guys are, these amazing people were sharing their experience dealing with scientists who researched the problem of climate change. And, this is wonderful. But what we are also doing is that we're showing already people who are, getting the results, consequences of climate change. And when we put all the pictures together, we just get the whole image of what's going on and how important it truly is to build already today creative society. As for myself, I just realized that it's just, first of all, what gives this to me is that every time, for example, I try to, when I get upset, when I get sad, I just remember all these people who were having all these huge issues. And I understand that my problems are nothing compared to them. And I just go and do my best to spread the information of creative society, because if we truly, if we don't build creative society today, tomorrow, we ourselves can appear in this people's place. We will deal with climate change alone if we don't build creative society today and find a solution, common solution to this issue together. Thank you so much. Thank you for all this teamwork. I thank you all.
Natural disasters are mercilessly worsening an already unbearable situation of refugees in the consumerist format of society. What might each of us face if we do not all come together to realize a creative society? This is what participants in climate projects learn by talking to people who have become refugees. This will continue until we all create a creative society. Next, Catherine will share inspired examples.
Hello, dear friends. My team and I are engaged in finding and communicating with refugees, gathering information and preparing interviews. There are millions of refugees in our world, and now, when cataclysms are gaining momentum, their numbers are increasing every day. Refugees are people who have faced the horror of the consumerist format very closely. But what I wanted to point out, and what particularly impresses me, is that they have not lost their humanity. Every time we interview refugees, tell them about the creative society, about the way out, about the millions of people who are already now acting to change our world, we see how people are getting inspired, how they have hope and faith in a better future. Despite all their difficulties in life, many of them begin to act with us, join teams of interpreters, and share information about the creative society with their acquaintances. One case really encouraged me. Abdul from Bangladesh, who joined the project as a refugee himself, after talking to us, he picked up the phone and started filming interviews in the Rohingya refugee camp. The interviews turned out to be very touching and at the same time exclusive, as it is not easy to get into the refugee camp. In addition, Abdul is a photographer, and he sent us pictures of people from the camp. You know, the topic of climate refugees seems a little scary. At least firstly, it seemed that way to me. But the hope that lights up in people when they hear about the creative society, their deep understanding of the hopelessness in the consumerist format of society, it all gives lots of insight, such a desire to continue acting. I have completely lost the illusion that now someone will help us in a critical situation, and at the same time I have understood even more deeply the importance of the creative society, and it is already much easier to talk with people, to share information. So friends, join in. It's actually very important, and at the same time, it's like expanding your understanding and deepening your faith in the creative society. Thank you very much, friends.
Thank you, Katya. I agree with you that after talking with refugees and eyewitnesses, you clearly realize the human life value, and you really want to start acting. I also take part in communicating with refugees and taking interviews, and we managed to talk with refugees from different countries. And you know, sometimes because of the time zone, the difference between the time zones, interviews may take different during different parts of the day, right? But in our team, we always support each other, and we try to choose a comfortable time for interview. But even if we had to get up too early for interview, or we had to make interview too late at night, but we were doing it with pleasure because we understand the importance. And during one interview with one refugee, I just got this understanding, that these people, well, society doesn't need these people, right? And no one cares for them as people should care about refugees. Person without status, without home, without right to study, to work. But do you know that there are talented people among refugees, but they look at life as if, from the closed window, and they just do not understand why, well, life, goes on for other people, but not for them. For some people, life is active, but not for them, because they do not have rights. And if refugees get new babies born, right? So these babies, they get the status of refugees, right? And they do not kind of have sort of human rights. And after the interview, we often hear the words from the refugees that, guys, thank you very much, you're doing the right thing, good luck to you, just may God bless you. And after the interview, right, we show the refugees the way out. It's in the creative society, and in building the creative society, we tell people that there is a way out if we all agree to build the creative society. And dear viewers, if you just could see the eyes of those refugees, get this hope for better life, get the chance for hope, I would say, then it's really worth much. And for example, Amjid, a refugee from Afghanistan, he likes to be a reporter of breaking news project within the Creative Society project, right? So, and he tells, well, he just got the essence of the Creative Society, and he tells about the Creative Society to all his friends. And another refugee woman, she joins interviews Arabian. Another refugee named Sahil, he said that we gave him the power to live on and to go on with helping other people. He said that the Creative Society is just the right thing to do. And that is why he understood by his own experience that how it's important not to be indifferent, right? And to start helping other people. And also he shared his valuable understanding that that our first religion, actually, so to say, given to us by birth, is human religion, right? So, because all the people, notwithstanding the religion status, we all people, and we all want to live. And if, dear viewers, we are right now with you in comfortable conditions, then we have this responsibility to take care of other people who are not yet in such comfortable conditions. And it's really to build a creative society.
Each project which was told today by guys has so many sides. It's so important for each of us, and thank you all for your work. And that's so wonderful that the work working with refugees, it should be so difficult, but still it becomes so important, and fulfills us with that feeling of supporting each other and helping each other. An integral part of the study of climate change is an analysis of its causes. This is what the Climate Control Project does. Participants in this project prepare a series of popular science programs about the climate, and its aim is to show the interconnection of the processes inside the planet and on its surface with cosmic factors and astronomical processes in the universe. And due to this, each person can learn about facts that global natural disasters have already repeatedly happened in the history of the Earth, and they are a consequence of astronomical processes and their cyclicity.
The Climate Control Project includes a series of popular science programs about climate change. The main goal of the project is to reveal the essence, to get to the bottom of the causes of natural processes and phenomena. Throughout the year 2021, our team has released several thematic programs.
In the episode about the Earth core, we showed that the cause of climate disasters is the processes taking place in the core of the planet, how the synchronization and cascading of disasters takes place, the increase in their number and strength.
The idea of the next episode came to us after watching a video on TikTok on the Alien Soul 28 channel, in which Jana told about the danger that threatens the Japanese archipelago. This prompted us to create an episode to warn the people of Japan and the whole world about the impending catastrophe. In the process of preparing the issue on Japan, we interviewed a scientist, Doctor of Physical and Mathematical Sciences Alexei Lubushin, who told about a possible strong earthquake in Japan with a magnitude of 10. Alexei Alexandrovich predicted the 2011 earthquake in Tohoku 3 years before it. This issue has been translated into 5 languages, including Japanese. And then, our team switched to preparing for the conference Global Crisis – Time for the Truth, for which we have prepared a video, Climate Change in the Entire Solar System, and a video, Cyclical Cataclysms of 12,000 Years. These 2 videos completely refute the theory of the anthropogenic factor and prove with facts that climate change are cyclical processes that take place in the entire solar system. After the conference, we started preparing a video about the energy crisis that broke out at the end of 2021. The idea of the video is to show how the climate affects every inhabitant of the planet right now. Episodes of Climate Control are created in a wonderful, friendly team atmosphere. By creating programs, we learn a lot, understand how everything is interconnected, and why it is necessary to inform the population of the Earth in a timely and truthful manner about the real cause of climate change and the importance of building a creative society. Each of us is already a volunteer, climatologist, screenwriter, director, researcher, analyst, and video editor.
The Climate Control Project is a new knowledge in the field of climatology and the processes taking place on our planet. And the more we learn and understand, the faster and clearer we can tell people about the climate crisis in order to unite and build a creative society. Only a creative society gives humanity a chance for survive and the prospects for the development of civilization.
Good afternoon, dear friends. My introduction to climate began when I read the report on the problems and consequences of global climate change on the Earth, effective ways to solve these problems. which made me realize the importance of communicating the message of impending climate changes to all of society. I came to understand that most people do not understand what is happening to the planet Earth at the moment, that the cause of climate change is a 12,000-year cycle, and that humanity can overcome these changes only by uniting all of human material and scientific potential. The understanding has come to me that it is very important that people know the truth about the causes of climate change, because then they can take adequate measures and prevent the death of all life on the planet. In order to inform the people about the looming climate threat, I began to volunteer in the popular science series Climate Control, starting from researching, analyzing, scripting to editing. The climate control issues, videos, is an effective tool for informing a large number of people through social networks. During the preparation of these scenarios, it was necessary to analyze scientific articles on various envelopes of the planet, and I and the guys were faced with the fact that in the scientific community there is a lot of false information about the causes for the climate change, in particular the myth of the CO2 paid by the collaborators, which in fact diverts people from the real threat. I understand more why we must end the situation with the climate, that only we, the humans, can warn each other, ourselves, and unite in one goal: survival, which requires building a creative society. Thanks to the participation in the climate projects, I came to the understanding for many processes occurring on our planet, and by interviewing scientists, an understanding came about that our science needed to be unified since it was fragmented and dependent on funding from interested parties. I also understood that the only way out of this situation is the creative society, and my big thanks to my dear friends, real heroes, volunteers of the Creative Society Project, for what they do for the people in the name of the rescue of all the mankind. I want to also say thanks to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for his participation in the project and help to all those who support the Creative Society Project.
Hello friends, my name is Maxim. Let me tell you in brief how I joined the team of the Climate Control Project. I took part in the preparations for the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. We are looking for information on climate change on other planets in the solar system. And the guys from Climate Control Project joined us, and we continue to work together on taking the data and writing the script for the video. And I have been long interested in the topic of climate change, but have never joined a climate project myself. But then such a cool guys came and said that if you're interested in climate change, then join the project. This is how I got into climate control. And after the conference, I managed to take part in the preparation of next video, and we wrote the script and edited after that. So if you're interested in climate change and would like to know the truth, get to really the clear understanding, join it too. Thank you.
Hello friends, my name is Alexei. I work at the head of the geophysical party. In climate control I study with assistance in the installation of videos. Also, if possible, I take part in the search for information and participate in writing scripts for our videos. I'm very glad to be a part of our friendly team. We all understand perfectly well that the climate is changing, the climate is coming. And while there is an opportunity to act, then we need to act. We have been taught since childhood that unity is our strength. And it is true, we should not forget this.
Recently, I saw another disaster movie about an asteroid flying towards Earth, where the director and the customers of this film impose patterns of behavior on us, how we should act in a critical situation. But at the same time, I remembered an example from real life. This is a referendum in Iceland, where the residents of the country peacefully united and held a peaceful referendum and writing their own constitution, the people's constitution. Unfortunately, they don't make films about this here. And this example shows that by uniting we can do everything. And it's up to us to decide what to agree with and what not to agree with. Thank you all.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Hello, dear friends.
Для меня участие в команде
For me, the
волонтеров
participation in the team of volunteers for the climate control project
мой личный
is my
посильный
personal,
вклад в
visible
построение
contribution
созидательного
to building the
общества.
creative society.
Благодаря проекту ко
Thanks to
мне
the
пришло
project, I have
понимание,
come to the understanding
что подавляющее количество людей
that
на
most
планете
people on the planet
сегодня не
today
знают
are
о
not
реальном
aware of
состоянии
the real
климата
state of the climate
и о тенденциях
and
нарастания
trends
глобальных
in the
климатических
growth of
катастроф.
global climate disasters.
Отсутствие должной
The
правдивой и
lack of
достоверной
proper,
информации в обществе
truthful and
создает
reliable
иллюзию
information in society creates the illusion
развития
of the
общества в
prospects for
ключе
society in the key
современного
of modern
потребительского
consumer
формата.
format.
А это не так.
But this is not true.
Потребительский
The consumer
формат
format of the
общества
society
ни при каких
will,
условиях
under
не
no
сможет
circumstances, be able
объединить
to unite
весь наш
all
человеческий,
our human,
производственный
industrial,
и
and intellectual
потенциал
potential
для решения
to solve
вызовов,
the challenges
которые уже
that
сегодня
already
создает
create the climate on
на
the
планете.
planet.
Участвуя в проектах,
Participating in projects,
разбираюсь с командой
I was
волонтеров
exploring with the
«Климат-контроль»,
climate control team
какое в
and
реальности
volunteers about
состояние
what is
климата
the
на
real
планете,
state of climate on the
какие
planet,
подмены и
what
обманы
substitutions
о реальном
and
положении
deceptions
дел
about the
существуют,
real state of affairs
что
exist
продвигаются в обществе
and are
определенными
promoted
людьми
in
и
society by
организациями.
certain people and organizations.
Собирая и анализируя
By
данную
collecting and
информацию,
analyzing this
правдиво и
information,
без
we
искажений
truthfully and
доносим
without
ее людям
distortions
через
bring
наши
it to people
видеоролики
through our videos
и выпуски
and
передач
through the
«Климат-контроль».
broadcasts of climate control.
Сейчас я
Now
ясно
I
понимаю,
clearly
что очень
understand
важно
that
каждому
it is
человеку
very
узнать
important for
информацию
everyone to
о
learn
глобальных
about the
изменениях
global
климата на
climate
Земле.
change on the Earth.
Узнав об этом,
After
любой человек
learning about
задумается о
it,
том,
everyone will think
как же
about
выйти из
how
данной
to get out of
ситуации
this
и
situation
всем нам
and
выжить.
how all of us can
И такой
survive.
выход
And
есть.
there is a way out.
Это созидательное
It is
общество.
the creative society.
Хочу пожелать
I would like to
всем
wish
людям
all people
поскорее
to join the
присоединяться
human
к
project of the
общечеловеческому
creative
проекту
society
созидательного
as soon as
общества.
possible.
Это нужно
We
всем
all
нам,
need
и
it, and
вместе
together
нам по
we
плечу
can
преодолеть любые
overcome any
трудности.
difficulties.
Спасибо.
Thank you very
Передаю
much.
слово
I
дальше.
pass the word on.
Здравствуйте. Hello, my name is Michael. I joined the climate control project a couple of years ago. I was interested to really understand the causes of climate change, and in the process of participation in the project, I learned really a lot of new things for myself. When I prepared releases, videos, I have read a lot of specialized books, scientific articles, and listened to speeches of scientists. And at some point, like different puzzles came to the whole picture, and this picture begins to form. And our main goal is to bring truthful information, so I spend a lot of time on its search and analysis. And during my participation in the project, I learned how to edit videos, so I take part not only in writing the script, but also in creating the visual part of the release. And often in preparation for the next release, we get in touch with scientists and interviewing them. Last year, I took part in an interview with scientist Alexey Alexandrovich Lebushin. So, fortunately, when you begin to conduct independent research in climate change and talk to scientists, you realize that the mass media cover this topic in an untruthful way. And scientists who try to gain an honest understanding of the situation are simply being shut up. That's why we call on all people who are not indifferent to join us. The more of us there are, the louder the truth sounds. Thank you so much. I pass the floor to the next speaker.
Игорь, вам слово.
The word is yours, Igor. Hello, friends. My name is Igor. I am a member of the Climate Control Project, and I'm editing, as well as taking part in the broadcasts on TikTok climate channels. The project itself really inspires me to participate, because it gives me the opportunity to study in detail the causes of climate change on our planet, and to share this information with the public through the creation of climate documentaries. So the information that we study, those statistics, the specific numbers, the names of the scientists whose work we study, and those honest scientists we invite to be interviewed, gives us the opportunity to engage viewers on TikTok channels during our streams. People really miss specifics and real facts and figures. And participation in the Climate Control Project allows us sharing this interesting information during the broadcasts, which the viewers like very much, because it gives them a detailed picture of the cataclysms happening on the planet, gives them understanding of what we all need to do, gives peace and confidence, because there is a clear action plan. And most important, it gives them an understanding of the importance of building a creative society. I'm very glad to be part of such a wonderful project, where, in addition to everything, it's possible to improve my editing skills, which is also a very interesting process and allows us to constantly evolve and learn something new for yourself. All these new knowledge and skills also gives us the opportunity to improve our quality of our films and to be more interesting and understandable to our beloved audience. Thank you very much, friends.
Друзья, всем привет!
Good evening, friends. It's so joyful to take part in this meeting today. And right now, I want to express gratitude to the to the team of climate control, because I've been so many years in this team, and it's so joyful to see each other, everybody. And you understand that in this huge team, you can everything. You know, for me, the climate control is such a great job, because in participating in climate projects, I understood all the seriousness of increasing climate change, climate disasters, and that cyclicity, understanding of all those projects helps me to participate in the project. All the interviews, scientists, books we read, that helps us to collect the whole picture and give it to people who, as not we, can find out the truth and express it and explain it to all people, because each person should know what is truly happening to the climate. So great gratitude to all guys, all participants of the climate control projects. I'm grateful to be a part of this team. And actually, I joined to the TikTok team, climate team, not so far ago. And when you do the video, you see such a great result, such a great number of viewings and comments. And participating in conferences in climate control project gives you understandings that you can share in TikTok. And we have great team for channels on climate. There is team of moderators, team of guys who are going to stream, guys who are answering comments, who are editing. And I'm so happy to be part of this huge team. And also what I watched, that what I understood, that TikTok, when we were preparing to the global crisis Time for the Truth conference, I saw that on stream there were more than 7,000 viewers, millions of viewings, and you understand that this is that platform where we can inform people and tell them truth about climate to unite faster and faster build creative society. So thank you all, friends. And now with honesty, I want to give the floor to all the team of TikTok and show our video that we prepared with the whole TikTok team, which is named Our Usual Day in TikTok, to show how it's happening all.
Hello everyone, I sat down to get ready for stream, which will start in an hour. Hello everyone, now a host goes live and she wrote to the chat about it, and I'm going to this live to moderate comments about TikTok climate. Good morning everyone, getting ready to the live on TikTok. I'm going to show the location where I'm doing it. This is how my location looks like. This is where I sit. Here where I have the notes that help me. Hello, I help to moderate streams on TikTok because I want to support our guys so that we could build the creative society sooner. Join us. Without you, dear friends, indeed, we will inform for a long time, but if you will join, it can be fast. Just tell about this conference to your friends, acquaintances, and messengers.
Hello everyone, I'm going live from Global Crisis account. We're going to talk about climate today. Climate catastrophes are taking place all over the planet, and what we are not being told is about true cause of climate change.
Hey guys, I'm getting ready to go live. I officially have I'm going to show you my location and how I do it. If you feel like me and like millions of people already that something is wrong with this world, please don't hesitate. Go to our website and read about the Project Creative Society.
Hello, I have a video ready to publish on Global Crisis account. Let's publish it together. Click publish. Here we go. Going live to TikTok from one of the climate channels, Global Crisis. Very glad you joined us in live broadcasts as usual. Every day we go live from the climate channels on the Creative Society projects and talking, telling people what's going on our planet. And the frequently asked question is, how can the Creative Society help with global climate change that we are seeing right now? Hello friends, I'm Oksana. It's 8 a.m. on my way to work. Rosalia is on the stream, and all the way there I will help Rosalia respond to viewers' comments. We have different time zones, but that doesn't stop us from helping each other. Hello everyone, we go live on TikTok to talk about the climate crisis and about the forum which will take place on May 7th. The global crisis, we are people, we want to live. So friends, you know that we're not doing well with climate, but nevertheless there is a way out, and that is way out will be voiced and has been voiced many times around the world.
This is how we work. These are our spotlights. This is our super duper mega tripod with camera. Hi everyone, my name is Ivan. Twice a week I go live on TikTok channel Global Climate. There we talk about new developments and new discoveries related to the climate. Unfortunately, the climate is changing now and there are a lot of drastic, unusual and dangerous things happening. That's our job, we monitor what's going on and tell it. That's our job, we monitor what's going on and tell it as it is. That's it, thank you all, bye. See you on the stream.
Hello friends, my name is Gulnara. I'm a participant of TikTok climate team and I go on live broadcasts on Global Crisis channel. I invite you to join our friendly team. I'm a participant of the Creative Society project and I'm currently going live on the Global Climate channel.
This is the time we form the chorus. Left your voice for those beats.
Hello friends, I'm writing a script for Climate TikTok for our Global Crisis channel. I'm going to finish it and then we'll shoot it together with the guys.
Stop lying about CO2, it's time to start fighting the real enemy of humanity, climate. This is how I usually shoot my TikTok for the Global Crisis channel. There's a whole team of us, someone writes the scripts, someone shoots the video and someone then edits the video.
It's evening, I'm home from work, I've done my homework and I have a free minute and now I will be recording a video about climate for the Global Crisis channel.
We're going to make a short video for TikTok, an address to the scientists. An address to the scientists. You can see the results on a global crisis. Let's go! Explore the real causes of climate change.
Hello friends, getting ready to shoot a video for the Global Crisis channel.
This is how we edit our climate footage for the TikTok for the Global Crisis channel. Hello friends, today after work I decided to edit video for TikTok. The videos will be like 2 floors. I put fragment from the conference above and I already fill it with footages below. What time is the broadcast? 8 o'clock. Well friends, as always, we're speaking from our channels about the human project, Creative Society.
It's 10:40 p.m. I'm here after work and I'm going to do something what I really like much, is respond and comment on the Global Crisis TikTok channel. It's about time, why not, continue the baton that guys were running before me.
It's 8:30 at night and the workday is over. I sit down to respond to the comments on TikTok on the climate channel, realizing how important it is to inform people about the upcoming conference, about what's going on in our world with the climate, about the need to build a creative society and normal human world.
I'm participating in a live broadcast on the TikTok climate channels and thank you, huge thanks to whole team of climate, all the participants of Creative Society project.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Hello friends, my name is Dmitry. TikTok is an opportunity to draw people's attention to a global problem, climate change. It is an opportunity to convey a short message and direct the person to an in-depth study of the issue. And TikTok, I can talk about it for days, how good it is, how many advantages TikTok has, but the main thing is that it's also a tool for working on oneself. And there are also many tools for working on oneself inside TikTok. These are responses on comments, shooting short videos, live broadcasts, editing videos, and interacting with the team. What is work on oneself? Because sometimes it's not easy to respond to comments, and at the same time maintain inner balance. Sometimes it is difficult to answer various uncomfortable questions live, and at the same time maintain this inner peace and answer in such a way that the person understands others and does not get offended. So the external begins within oneself. What is inside is outside. And thanks to TikTok, I got acquainted with such a project as climate control and also began to take part in it. And I remember the times when I didn't even watch climate issues because it was scary for me. But not to mention get involved in a climate project, and it helped the guys from with the help of the guys from climate control team. They gathered their courage and began to introduce TikTok, which covers climate events on the planet. But let's come back to climate control. By participating in this project, I realized that it's necessary to develop the mind to understand what scientists write about, and then retell what scientists actually wrote in scientific papers in their own language, and it's make it understandable to people. And sometimes it's not easy. But thanks to teamwork, it's always always very interesting and informative and fun despite the seriousness of the situation. Communicating with my colleagues, friends from climate control began to understand sometimes the climate and why it changes, how the process affects others, what is cyclicality and how much humanity dependent on the climate change, and why today it's so necessary to change the format of society from consumerist to creative one. And I would like to say a big thank you to all the friends and participants from the climate control team and the TikTok team. Now we are one big and friendly team, and if you knew how much we love and respect each other, and together we are strong. And I give the floor to Lana.
Всем привет, друзья!
Hello, everyone. When I started my creative interaction with the climate TikTok team started, I have discovered this amazing platform which allows in a short time to inform a huge number of people, which inspires even more action. And so I have not only edited videos for TikTok, which, by the way, allow me to learn how to design them in an interesting way and get to know a bit more. I also moderate the streamers and as well as leading them myself. It was seemed to me very, very interesting. For example, thanks to informational clips for the which we issue for the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth on December 4, 2021. Our channels, our climate channels, came out in recommendations. Live feeds which we run at the beginning of the conference gathered unbelievable amount of viewers. Then so those streams, a huge amount of viewers. It's thousands and thousands of viewers, and which we redirected them immediately to our resources to join the viewers and ask questions to the speakers which have participated in the conference Global Crisis Time for the Truth. It is also interesting to see how our viewers become not only regular on our broadcasts, but also inspired by the Creative Society project and realizing that we as humanity have only one enemy, the climate, began to act themselves, becoming real heroes, heroes who do not keep quiet and are not afraid to tell people the truth. Thank you very much, friends. It's a big honor to work in our friendly team. And I give the floor to Timo.
Спасибо. Здравствуйте, друзья.
Hello, friends. I joined the project and started editing videos for TikTok. And when you rewatch the conference, looking for fragments to be cut out, you get a deeper understanding of each topic of the conference. And when you look for footage, the short videos for TikTok reel, you see that the climatic situation in the world, how fast the climate is changing and how strong and dangerous climate disasters are. You come to understand the need to build the building of greater society. And video editing in TikTok seems is really simple and very creative, and everyone can join TikTok and participate. You can make an instant informative video in short time after your work time. And I like the TikTok itself for the fact that the video can be viewed by thousands and sometimes millions of people around the world in a short time, and it's very motivating when you see the result already the next morning. TikTok is a really amazing platform for interacting with people and getting the truth out there, and the truth about climate change in our planet, about the state of ecology, about informing, of course, about the Great Society project, about its 8 foundations and stages of building the greater society. The kindness and friendliness of the team further motivates me to create new videos for TikTok. And thank you, and I give the floor to Dmitry.
Hello, dear friends. I'm very glad to be a participant of such a large and friendly team. I wanted to share my experience with what you usually encounter when you participate in projects. One of my tasks, guys, is making videos for TikTok videos. For consciousness, this is really crazy. Because it usually happens after work, when you come home and you just want to fall down and rest.
Но есть, скажем так, очень большое стремление сделать что-то хорошее. Но для того, чтобы снять...
But instead, as it turns out, you need to dress carefully, comb your hair, even apply makeup. And also to learn the text and practice diction, so that you can choose the best fragments. And what you hear in your head. Why do you need it? Maybe tomorrow, maybe someone else. In general, a whole package of temptations and offers. But when you just step over all these suggestions, you just take it and do it. When you see the overall result, the result of teamwork, you see how many more people join the Creative Society project, how they pick up this idea. It fills you with joy and inspiration. It is a great honor for me, guys, to be a participant of such a large and friendly team. Thank you very much.
Здравствуйте, друзья! Меня зовут Розалия, и я очень рада и счастлива.
Hello, friends. My name is Rosala, and I'm so happy to be with the friendly ALLATRA family today on Food right away. And you know, if someone told me a year ago that I would be live on TikTok, I would have been, to put it mildly, surprised and wrong, because I could not imagine where, well, TikTok is one thing, and that trendy youth social media, right? And I was another place. I'm a mother of many children, but it does not prevent me from taking part in my broadcasts. I believe that it's very important to tell people the truth. Girls who did live broadcasts on TikTok, well, they sent me links to them, right? I had to install the application, and when I watched live broadcast, you know, well, I caught kind of myself thinking that, well, I would have answered different here or another way. I would just responded another way, and we're going to give an example of, and so on. So just a few days before the 24th of July conference, I got involved in moderating their live broadcast on TikTok. I really liked how the guys always found the answers to different questions. This really inspired me and pushed me to go to the live broadcast myself. And one of the presenters said, "Well, Rosella, you have passed remoderation process, so to say, so then go to the live streams, okay?" So for about half a year, broadcasting from climate channels, I learned a lot about the climate. And I also thought that CO2 was the main threat in climate change. And I found out that this is absolutely not true. The anthropogenic CO2 content in the ensemble of greenhouse gases is negligible. It's tiny, and it amounts to 0.004%. And I would just like to quote Valery Malinin, one of the speakers of the conference Global Crisis Time for the Truth, Dr. of Geographical Sciences, and professor of the Meteorological University, head of the Scientific School, Ocean Atmosphere Interaction and Climate Change. Said, anthropogenic global warming is a grandiose scientific scam of the 20th century. And before you go on air, you go through conferences, interviews with scientists and roundtables on climate change, articles, and a lot of useful and truthful information prepared by guys from Climate Control Project. And I, usually take notes of all this information into my notebook. When I understand, you understand something just yourself, then it is enjoyable to share this information with the people. And thanks to the guys, I learned how to edit videos for the channels ALLATRA on Creative Society channel. And when I have time, I do it with great pleasure. And I'm thankful to everyone for the work that we are doing together, guys, to make the Creative Society come true, and so that we would live in a happy society of God's people. Thank you, guys, so much. I pass the floor to Gulnara now.
Добрый вечер, друзья. Good evening, friends. A little more than 6 months ago, I joined the climate team in TikTok, as it is more effective to spread the information about the Creative Society as a team. Communicating with people at the live broadcast gives a tremendous experience of working on yourself and the understanding that it depends on you how the stream will go, and you polish your speech each time. I frequently go live on the channel Global Crisis. Time for the truth. Over time, you get more experienced, and you can be on the air for 2 or 4 hours straight, and it's a pleasure. In order to talk about the Creative Society, you have to understand it yourself. Then it's easier to convey the information to people. When people get interested and start asking how they can join the Creative Society on live TikTok broadcasts, that's the best moment. On live broadcasts, you meet different people from all over the world. I had a driver on one broadcast who talked about the disorder in handling toxic chemical waste, how thoughtlessly it is buried, drowned in the swamps or poured into mines not far from the city. So we can communicate and know what is really going on around us. Participation in projects brings a lot of skills understanding, and knowledge. I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate. Everything new that you learn can be shared with people on the air. About the climate, about monitoring, about violence, about refugees, and of course about the creative society. We live and build creative society in reality, and it's great. I give the floor to Max. Thank you.
Спасибо, Гульнара. Привет, дорогие друзья.
Hello, dear friends. I also would like to share how I joined TikTok.
Несколько лет назад
Several years ago, my friends, my good friends, created several channels on TikTok to share knowledge from share information from programs on ALLATRA TV, and what I really believed in. I didn't believe in this idea first, but then when I saw that this how effective it is, and the videos get really thousands of views, I decided to help search for interesting fragments from the programs, learn how to edit videos, and then we got an opportunity to go live, to go on the air, and then you can really learn how to effectively use several hours of your free time per week, and it's really effective, and I use this opportunity. It was really a super opportunity for me. And then the official channel of Creative Society came along, and I decided to help run the climate channel. So I go out 2 or 3 times per week, and the main and the broadcasts were 2, 3, 4 hours long, and 2 weeks before the conference, we have almost non-stop streams, like really many hours. There was such a wave of joy. Everyone feels it, and a lot of people join the broadcast. There were really during these weeks we inform millions of people about the commitment. It's very inspiring, and my friends from the team we are very close. Everything is resolved very quickly, and everyone is very helpful, supportive, and complimentary. And like new members, new participants join the team instantly. Work and chat is always full of friendship and love, and it's also very interesting to look after your own reaction. Before, I have a very huge fear of when someone look at me, and it was a bit embarrassing to shoot videos. This self-check was always working, but now I feel more confident, and I am eagerly go live and talk to guests, and I always actually look at myself, how I'm looking at. I stop this feeling of superiority and so on. And it's also very interesting to look to be always on top of these climate events and preview program and conferences on the channel Creative Society, interviews with scientists, look for interesting information, all spheres for our society, find answers to questions of guests. So we're going to make broadcasts very interesting for viewers, and there is a constant expansion of the horizons of your own understanding and knowledge. And the last thing that I want to say is the broadcasts are such an indicator that shows that time is passing and people are really waking up, because more and more you hear and see that people understand that a great society is necessary for all of us.
Спасибо огромное, Игорь Михайлович.
Thanks, really big thanks to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and all the participants of the Creative Society project for such wonderful opportunities, and thanks to all members of our team for really such opportunity that we have today to share this information further, to distribute it, to share this information what we await in the next future. Thanks for unity, love, and friendship. Thanks for everything. And I pass the word to Oksana.
Hello, friends. I moderate the live broadcasts on Climate TikTok channels. About half a year ago, the guys told me that a lot of people join the Creative Society project through the broadcasts in the TikTok channels, and that guys talk about Creative Society so great that it would be useful to listen to ourselves as well, so we could inform people later on. I started to go in the live broadcasts, I was listening, and I really liked it. And naturally, noticing people's questions, I began to respond to comments. I really enjoyed it because you see indeed how your answers help people to understand the essence of the Creative Society project. And you yourself understand many things in more detail, and in fact, you live this time in the Creative Society. And on one of such broadcasts, Rosalia, unexpectedly for me, added the moderator status to me. And since then, as soon as I have 3 minutes, I moderate the broadcasts, help our hosts to respond to guest comments during streams. A lot of interesting and fascinating stories takes place while communicating with guests of the broadcast, interesting acquaintances. And it happens that people, after asking a lot of tricky questions during the broadcast, get acquainted with the project, go back to the live broadcast, and they listen 2-3 broadcasts a day, become such regular guests on our channels. And after a while, you see that the person begins to help you answering people's questions. In fact, he helps you moderate the broadcast. Not so long ago, on one of the streams, I noticed a very interesting comment from a person who wrote about climate situation in Siberia. And right in the chat, we found out that this person had worked in geological exploration as a geophysicist all his life. And later, when we had a call, we found out that Vladimir Mikhailovich has a unique practical experience when in the process of drilling in the 80s. Now he is a pensioner. In Severominsky tunnel, he and his colleague were personally convinced of the presence of a boiling sea under Siberia. They witnessed an accident when the powerful pressure of boiling water pushed 5 cubic meters of solid rocks from the bowels of the earth. And of course, the most pleasant thing about moderation, and probably in live broadcast, is when you see comments in support of Creative Society. Also, a very important point for which I'm very grateful to all skeptical guests of the streams is, of course, for the opportunity to work on myself. Because huge number of guests' comments provoking the consciousness, a quick, harsh response, and it's such a wonderful simulator and opportunity to get skills while observing this in oneself and learning to show patience, respect, in care for people. You see how our common happy future is being created every day. These live broadcasts in TikTok is the forefront of the last battle of humanity, and it's a great happiness to be a part of the historical process.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Václav, and I joined the English TikTok community last year in August to strengthen the team, as I understood that this platform is really great and unique of its kind. On our daily English broadcasts, we talk to hundreds of people from all over the world. We have viewers coming from different countries and continents such as US, Africa, Canada, Scotland, Great Britain, and also Europe. Replying to thousands of comments and creating many fragments from the past conference, and also shooting our own videos which leave no human heart indifferent. We really try hard every day to bring this very vital information about the threat of climate change to all people, as we understand that only unification of all people can lead to a solution. Unification in the name of love, brotherhood, and mutual help and understanding. Now allow me to talk in numbers. Our last new channel, Global Crisis, is about 4 months old, and last week our video fragments were seen by 445,000 people living in English-speaking countries, mainly US, Canada, United Kingdom, and Australia. We received about 13,600 thousands of likes, and our content was reshared 3,345 times. Currently, we have almost 108,000 of followers. We go live almost every day to discuss and reveal the topic of climate change to all people who come to our stream. I must say the resonance we create is really great. People are really fed up with the lies and they want to know the truth. They are really interested in knowing what is happening with our planet and climate situation and the real way out of this situation, the creative society. Also, during our broadcasts, we receive many comments from people who ask us how to join the project or how they can help. And I will tell you about one wonderful example, inspirational example. A woman who joined the project recently exactly because of our live streams. Her name is Lauren, and she heard us talking live about the project. Few days later, she joined our TikTok working group and started to shoot many videos with prepared scripts on different topics, which we published on the channel Global Crisis. It's a great example which shows that people are ready to act, and some just act immediately, as they feel the truth that we bring to all people. We also recommend to our viewers the simplest ways of sharing the information, which are sharing the broadcast while we talk or doing duets with our videos published on our channels. Yesterday we were just streaming, and I think we've beaten our record because we talked for nearly 4 hours, me and Marek. And this is only because when you see people's interest, you just can't leave them without an answer. When you see how people are thirsty for a change, you must be simply there and share from your heart. And lastly, my friends, I would like to say big thanks to all participants who go live tirelessly every day without a break and talk to people. Your work is priceless and will definitely lead to the change in the whole world. Thank you. And now I would like to pass the word to Yaroslav.
Друзья, всем добрый вечер. Я являюсь ведущим.
Hello, everyone. I was a co-host on the previous blog on the climate, and I joined a team when we make scientific popular science pop videos. Even in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, I watched the broadcast of the week of solidarity, and one speech of our participants, he said that he was started participating in climate projects when he understand the full scale. So when we started blogging as a team, I was a little surprised by the catastrophic nature of the whole situation, of what's really going on right now. And if we take, for example, September, when we started our vlogs, and I could still choose news by importance. In January, it was impossible to do this, and it became all large scale and caused specific damage. The media was silent, and
but we will not. And since that time, all news are becoming very important, and you're looking at it and you understand it's just not scary, but seriousness of what is going on, inevitability, what is going on, and the need of unity of our common people, scientists, and everyone, that we can change the situation. And of course, I was surprised that a lot of people are silent, but we will not be silent. I also want, like, as for SME, our blogs are no worse than most serious news agencies. For example, we are preparing a TL blog about volcano Tonga. And we collect a lot of information and, about this Tonga. There was really a big scale video has been prepared, and this information, and it will be a surprise for you, so you will have never watched like this before. So stay tuned, and when you look for this information, you have, for example, more 100 tabs open in my browser with information that I carefully read, and the material is formed. And it's also important that it's very important to say that in general, every release I pass through myself. I feel it, because I see how many people are struggled, how a lot of people are struggling, believe me. And when it passes through yourself, and when you try to help them, people can really feel, understand who is sincere and happy, and who just telling lies. And I'd like to express my gratitude to those people who make to those people who ask me and help me to make these blogs, and to everyone who offered me to do this. And I really learned a lot how to interact in team and improve the level of video editing. They really do their best and improving the quality, and learn really a lot of things that we are doing. And since that time, when we started doing that, from September 2021, I really learned a lot. I actually upgraded my skill in editing, and I edited it before a bit, but right now I really like for a few levels, reach several steps at once, and I get a really good skill right now. I also learned to communicate in a team. And before, I haven't got this actually, this soft skill, because I always before thought that I can do everything myself, I can do it better and so on. But now, in order to make the videos faster, in order to make to convey the information to people faster about this catastrophic situation, you need to learn in a team. You need to, and there is a great opportunity in Creative Society project. Everyone help each other, very careful, very mild, and explain each other, and we learn from each other. And this is exactly the Creative Society, the idea of it, and the projects in which I participate. This Creative Society, where people. Because people ask, where is it? Where is it? Here it is. It is already now here. And guys, when you watch the last release, I tell about volcano Sumero and what is going on there with people, how the lava crash the balance and crash actually people's lives. I use such a term that my house, it's a Russian proverb, when your home is on the edge, you don't know anything. But we actually understand that this phrase is perverted, and I would like to invite you to look at a fragment with respected Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, when this meaning phrase will be explained.
Быть в том числе и равнодушным к ближнему. Нельзя быть в позиции «моя хата с краю», как говорят.
Не, вот опять «моя хата с краю», ничего не знаю. Вот смотри, как сознание все переделают, да, как система все переворачивает. А что такое вот было раньше «Моя хата с краю»? Ведь раньше поселения строились у дорог, да? И те, кто были сильнее, отважнее, кто брал на себя ответственность за все поселение, они как раз и строили свои хаты с краю. Это были бойцы и борцы, которые первые защищали деревню. И когда говорили «моя хата с краю», к ним относились уважительно. Или еще говорили «хата этого человека с краю». Это все равно, что герой.
Да. Ох, Игорь Михайлович, так интересно это. И осознание того, что получается в этот период времени, глядя то, что происходит в мире, глядя, как, скажем, климат наносит нам каждому удар, неизвестно с каких сторон, то получается у каждого из нас позиция «хата с краю».
Должна быть
все на краю,
позиция «хата с краю». Понимаешь, вот мы все подвержены этому климатическому удару и той беде, которая уже происходит. Но должно быть так, установка такая, что наша хата с краю. И мы должны брать ответственность за будущее не только себя, но и нашего соседа.
We need to take responsibility not only for oneself, but also for others, known and unknown. Then only then, when my house in the edge, because we all of us are being in the edge and the precipice. There should not be a position of my house at the edge. You will see that how valuable it is.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Hello, friends. I'm very glad to see all of you on this broadcast and be a part of this big climatic family. My name is Irina. In preparation for the International Conference Global Crisis Time for the Truth, understanding the importance of informing people about climate, about how climate spontaneously destroys cities and countries and kills people, I did not hesitate to join the team of Climate TikTok. I go on live broadcasts with the host as a moderator, and it doesn't matter where I am at the moment, at work, at home, or in transport. The most important thing is the great desire to tell the truth about the climate and the way out of the deadlock of consumer format to build a creative society. On live broadcasts, a lot of people are asking questions, and it's very important to answer all of them very quickly, because TikTok is the kind of social media where people only join for 5 or 10 minutes, and if they get interested, they stay on the broadcast, and it's such a joy when people become regular viewers on climatic channels, and they start going deeper into the subject and asking a lot of questions. But the joy is that people after these kind of broadcasts, they join the Creative Society project, and most importantly, they become active participants of the Creative Society project, and it's inspiring. And it's due to the big team of TikTok Climate. Thank you, friends. Thank you that we are together regardless of the distance. Thank you.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Natasha Tkachuk. Hello, I'm Natalia Gankevich. My friend and I decided to unite to inform people about the possibility of building a creative society. We were warmly welcomed by the friendly team Climate TikTok, and we immersed into unknown world of TikTok. We started shooting short scenarios in which each participant says his own phrase. Of course, we have work, family chores, household chores, but informing people about a creative society has become our only goal. I always fly on wings to shoot a new video, and my words. I noticed that working in a team, each of us inspires each other. It turns out a great interaction. and an easy and quick solution to the tasks. And there is such an understanding that this is a creative society. Of course, incidents takes place. Sometimes we forget the text, then we mix up the words. We had a case, we mixed up words of each other, and it turned out that we know text of each other better than our own. Self-improvement takes place as well. We had such a case when we were made a constructive remark and asked to reshoot our words. And what I have heard in my head: you're not an actress, there is nothing for you to do there. You can't connect two words in front of the camera, don't be ashamed to refuse, it's not yours. In general, who needs these videos of yours? When I voiced thoughts in my hand to a friend, it turns out that she had the same thoughts in the same order. We laughed about it, drew conclusions, and we went to reshoot our words. And the very essence why I'm in the project: firstly, I'm not indifferent to the fate of humanity and our planet. Secondly, I'm not satisfied that someone is suffering from hunger and climate change, that the refugees have nowhere to go, and no country accepts them, that the climate is enemy, advancing more and more fiercely, destroying cities and killing people on its way. Thirdly, I'm not indifferent to the lies of scientists who hide the true cause of climate change. I want all people on Earth to live, not to survive, so everyone will be happy. Friends, I want to tell you why I'm doing this. My motivation: knowing about the climate threats that humanity is facing now. I want to do everything that depends on me, so that life on Earth continues. And for my children and grandchildren to live in a beautiful and joyful world. In a creative society, we are people, we want to live.
Наш настоящий враг — климат.
Our real enemy is the climate. It attacks, but the power of human potential is infinite, and only by joining together we can not only overcome all difficulties, but also build a world in which everyone is happy. Today we saw true heroes who act every second to spread the truth about the climate. Friends, thank you for acting for the good of all humanity. Each one of us can do so much to make the creative society a reality for us tomorrow. Join us, friends. Together we can do anything.
Все участники климатических проектов,
all participants of climate projects with who we've been introduced today, we are all one family, united by the responsibilities and care. Today we heard a lot of inspiring examples which shows how easy to start, act and to join this friendly team. I also want to express the gratitude to technical support, thanks to whom today's broadcasts happened, and could inspire our viewers to join our team and to join the project Creative Society. I also want to invite everyone to the forum, which will happen on 7th of May 2022, Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live, which will be about the climate change and the lies about anthropogenic factor. And the most important, that the biggest part of the forum will be launched
Please join participating in the International Forum Global Crisis, because it's all humanity global forum and it is being implemented by all the people, and it's going to be interpreted into 100 languages of the world by conference interpreters, and it's going to be broadcast on thousands of platforms. Please join us, friends. Thank you for being with us.
Whereas if we speak of the creative society, billions of years open up ahead, then, pardon me, we can find a solution as a single human civilization. We will find a solution to how we can not only stop climate events, but never depend on them again. I mean, we will be able to gain power over nature, moreover, not just over climate, but over everything that this world is composed of. This is really so. And we do have these opportunities.